guest designer Liz Welsh as she guides you through how to make beads using friendly plastic. Liz will teach you how to make an array of different shapes and patterns, including round beads, wrapped and tubular beads. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. So, to get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome to the late show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We know how excitable everybody is today because we've had lots of inspirational designs, lots of incredible products, and it continues right up until 9 p.m. And I don't just mean the incredible deals, because we're also joined by the incredible Hannah Osborne. So she'll be bringing us designer inspiration throughout the show. There she is. Look how beautiful she is.
No mic yet.
She hasn't microphoned up yet. She's just in the process of doing that. That doesn't stop me telling you how lovely she is and how talented she is. So we'll have designer inspiration throughout the show this evening, 2 nights in a row. What a treat. And we also have premiere launches throughout, one of which I have to let everybody know about. This is out of this world. Now, I tend to focus a lot on the idea of elevating your hobby into a small business, and you do that by gaining personal commissions usually, and a lot of the time that tends to be bridal commissions. Now this is backed by popular demand, so it's a relaunch this evening. So it's been shown on the show once before, but I think it was the morning show, so a lot of our audience would have missed out on the deals. These are the lace, I don't know, what's the thing?
Section?
Piece? The lace pieces. Yes, that's the, I couldn't think of the word there. So the lace pieces, which have been very, very popular previously, as I say, they will be relaunched this evening at around about 8 p.m. And there are a lot of different styles, 5 different styles in total. These are sort of centerpieces for a larger design, I would think, although I'm sure there's some very talented jewellery makers out there who have quite innovative ways of integrating these into jewellery design as well. And these are coming up at 8 p.m. and we're not going to make any secret of the reason why. Somebody's going to try to destroy the music industry at 8 p.m, so we're going to come in with our promotional item at that time. So just before you start watching the karaoke competition, you can add the lace segments to your order. Can't say fairer than that. And in our opinion, that's going to be a sellout. So this is a relaunch. We brought it to you on the morning show previously, and it was a sellout at the time, I believe. Within a few minutes it sold out previously. Oh, is that right? Okay, we could have sold twice as many, in fact, at the time. So when we previously launched it, we had a certain amount in stock, but we had twice as many calls for the item. Kind of impressive. So we do have some ideas of how you can use them within your jewellery designs. We'll show you those images later on in the show, and that will be launched at 8 p.m. If you're not on the lines early, expect to miss out, because we know their popularity. We've got a lot of deals to come up. I mean, have a look at these for the autumn period. These are a brand new launch this evening. Previously featured as part of a bundle, but never available as an individual item. They almost have a sort of acorn-like shape to them. That's the way I see it, but it depends your interpretation on the strand. So these are coming up later in the show, probably about the halfway point, around about 7 p.m. So lots of premiere launches, lots of incredible inspiration from Hannah, but of course it's our job here on the Late Show to find add it to your order prices, and that means giving you an incredible show starter. So let's get this show underway. Let's get this party started with a bang, and we're going to do that with essential 925 sterling silver findings. Now these are the mechanics of your designs in many respects. And on this particular bundle, that is absolutely the case, because you've got headpins and crimp beads, an essential item for all jewellery makers. Here we're looking at 20 of your headpins. These are 40 millimeters in length, so they'll probably even go through some of the larger items, some of the sort of focal point gemstones, if you like. And 40 millimeters in length, and you've got the ball headpin. These are 925 sterling silver, so very high-end finish. If you are potentially selling your jewellery designs, always important to work with high-end findings, of course, because it allows you to promote your jewellery as sterling silver pieces, and that will help your sort of customer base to understand and justify the price points that you're charging for your designs. Doesn't mean you have to elevate them to sort of points where people think, oh, you know, they're standoffish. Just allows you to justify the price point. So if you're potentially making, say, a bracelet design or an earring design, and you want to achieve £5 to £10, people will be far less apprehensive about parting with their cash if they know that they're investing in sterling silver jewellery, because you'd be hard pushed to get sterling silver jewellery for that kind of price point on the high street. Here we've got your crimp beads, and these are actually 3 by 1.5 millimeters in length, so they're a little bit larger than the traditional crimp beads we normally see, and you actually get 100 of these. So once again, a wholesale deal. I've actually had a look online for sort of suppliers of findings, online suppliers. A lot of the time you're actually hard pushed to find a variety. So they will have crimp beads, traditional crimp beads, but usually base metals. If they do have the sterling silver ones, they normally don't have a variety of sizes. So that's just my experience. Maybe you know somewhere you can, but I do think that they'll find it difficult to rival our prices here at JewelleryMaker. Of course, we are part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We've been involved in the jewellery industry for nearly a decade now, so it has allowed us the time to build up a strong relationship with our suppliers and therefore negotiate the most competitive prices available. That is inclusive of our findings, not just our genuine gemstones. And I think that a lot of the regular buyers are already aware of that, because people are flying in left, right and centre. I've got multi-buyers coming through from Gloucestershire, Midlothian, Yorkshire, Gloucestershire, and the Midlands as well. Lots of people buying 2s, even 3s on this particular item. You get 20 crimp beads and 100 headpins. Sorry? What am I talking about? The other way around. 20 crimp beads, 20 headpins, which are 40 millimeters in length, and 100 crimp beads. Normally, the crimp beads alone, bearing in mind they are 925 sterling silver, normally the crimp beads alone would be £5.95. Let's give everybody a show starting price point of £6.95. Even I'm shocked at that. There you go. So you get your headpins for £1 basically. That's incredible. Sterling silver for £1. That's awesome. So many people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com, placing these items in their basket. If you want to make sure that these are heading your way, please check out your baskets immediately. It doesn't matter how many times you check out your basket during the day, you're always going to receive that one P&P of just £2.95. A very, very popular combination of items here, because crimp beads and headpins are an ever-present, I suppose, for all jewellery makers. It doesn't matter what discipline you're involved in, doesn't matter what gemstones you tend to sort of be drawn towards, you're always going to need your essential findings in the form of headpins and crimp beads. And here you've got 925 sterling silver. So the headpins alone give you 2.4 grams of sterling silver. That's impressive, isn't it, for £1? Actually, even if you're buying the base metal as a raw material, I think you'd be hard pushed to get that kind of gram weight for £1. I don't know, before I'm sort of getting any trouble, I don't know exactly what the price is today for a gram of sterling silver, raw materials wise, because it does fluctuate, not just from day to day, fluctuates from hour to hour. Of course, the whole financial markets are based on the fluctuations in the prices on precious metals. I've still got multi-buys flying through for these, so it just goes to show how essential this item is. That is the way we get our show started here on The Late Show. One of the reasons for that, of course, is that it's our job to provide something for everyone. We want every single jewellery maker out there to be able to maximise on their 1p&p per day. So if you've been inspired by any of the kits you saw this morning, or maybe Sammy has inspired you to get involved with certain disciplines this afternoon, then this evening is your chance to maximise on your 1p&p per day of just £2.95, and essential findings, sterling silver headpins and crimp beads for just £6.95 is the way to do it. So congratulations to everybody coming through multi-buying on that item. We're going to move on. We've got so many items to get through. Where do you want me to start, sorry? Here we go then. We're going to start with beryl. This is multi-beryl. And you might be thinking, beryl, that's not a gemstone. You're exactly right. It's a gemstone family or species. That's the way we would describe it. And it actually manages to include some of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet. Beryl, of course, the only gemstone named after its chemical composition, and different varieties of beryllium will come in different colour tones. So you've got aquamarine, for example, which is going to give you this beautiful sky blue tone, which you can see predominantly on the strands, but actually you do get variations in your aquamarine, and that's more true on this strand than virtually any other strand I've ever seen, because you've actually got these gorgeous green tones as well. That, for me, is almost a hybrid between a heliodor and an aquamarine, actually, when you get in this sort of lime green tone. Heliodor traditionally coming in a golden tone, and aquamarine coming in the blue form. So when you're seeing these almost sort of sea greens or lime greens, that's almost a sort of hybrid gemstone there between aquamarine and heliodor. You've also got examples of more traditional forms of aquamarine on the strand, of course, because you've got these beautiful sky blue tones, which is what I think most people associate with aquamarine. And I have to say, one of my favourite gemstones, a gemstone that we are privileged here at the Genuine Gemstone to actually own the largest cut variety in the world, morganite. So you've got those beautiful pastel pinks as well, so covering all the bases here. You've got the sky blues, you've got the lime greens, you've got the golden tones from your heliodor, and you also have the pastel pinks from your morganite, all on one strand. This is a double deal. The idea behind our bundle deals is that we take a collection of gemstones, we bundle them together, and that means we can work on lower margins, and it allows you to invest at wholesale prices, especially when you're dealing with our Gems of Distinction range. Now, the only drawback to creating a clearance double deal is that we halve our stock levels, because we've got double the amount of strands in each item. The briolette cuts here are obviously very traditional, the kind of cut people would associate with luxury jewellery designs, and they range in size from 7x4 to 13x6. Normally, these would be $14.95 per strand, which is already incredible value for 80 carats of beautiful beryl. But as part of this deal, you're going to get 160 carats, but for a clearance price point of buy one, get one for £3. I always hear people saying, I just don't know how we do this. Well, I know exactly how we do it. I've been working for this company for a long time, and I know the ethos behind the way the Bennett family work. This is a family-run business, and so the Bennett family have basically been involved in the industry for about 10 years now. It's allowed them to build up very strong relationships with mine owners across the world, and that means that we can source gemstones for the lowest possible prices on the market. We pass those savings on to you, especially when we're bringing you a clearance deal. So, on many occasions, we will be working as close to source as possible. On some occasions, we actually own the mine personally, so that's pretty impressive, and that allows us to source aquamarine, beautiful morganite, and your gorgeous heliodor there, all for rock bottom prices. You like that one? No one in the room's acknowledged my pun there.
I sniggered.
Hannah chuckled to herself. I'll take it. So yes, rock bottom prices. I would love to have, can we one night just get a drummer in the studio just to go ba-dum every time I cut it? We've got one on the mid-show, haven't we? Isn't Ryan a drummer? Let's get Ryan to stay till 9 PM one day. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. Shall I tell you what, Bruce? When I got here, you were already such an experienced TV director that I never classify you as a musician. I'm sorry. Bruce, our director this evening, is already a talented drummer. Yeah, but you never come off the desk. You're always cutting the shots up. Yeah. We're moving on. That's a clearance deal, just $17.95. We're going to move on to gorgeous Amazonite. Now this gives you this beautiful pastel tone. I always think these are important to have in your collection, even if you're not traditionally drawn to these colour tones. If you don't want to create subtle designs, you prefer the vibrancy of colour that design allows you, I always think important to have in your collection because they're the perfect accent stone if you do like working with the more vibrant colour tones. But also, should you gain a personal commission where somebody's looking for something a little more feminine, a little more subtle, Amazonite fits the bill every single time. 20 by 15 millimeters in size, and you've got a significant carat weight here, 250 carats on each strand, so 500 carats in total. It's almost sounds ridiculous before we've even given you the price point to give you 500 carats of any gemstone. Amazonite, very, very popular with jewellery makers for that beautiful pastel green tone, which is always prominent all year round. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number early because these are normally $11.95 per strand, and when you're looking at the carat weight, when you're looking at the gorgeous finish, this polished finish on the surface of your Amazonite, you know you're onto a winner. And at a clearance price of just $13.95 this evening. So buy one, get one for £2. That's amazing. Now, yesterday on the show, we had the very talented Mark Smith bringing us our paracords, and he was joined in the studio by his good friend Fiona, who is also a talented jewellery maker. And they were telling me after the show they actually live in the same road, they're good friends, they enjoy making jewellery together. They're both very, very talented and skilled, of course. My initial suggestion to them was, do you watch The Late Show together? And they're like, no. I was like, well, you should do, because you can take advantage of these double deals. Of course, that takes it down to, what, £7 per strand on Amazonite, when you'd normally pay $11.95. So if you know another jewellery maker in your close vicinity, or maybe even in the same household as you, our tech up this evening, Sam, is a talented jewellery maker, and her mum also makes jewellery. You often take advantage of the double deals, don't you?
Yeah.
You go halves on everything. Amazing, there you go. So because you only pay one P&P per day, you can get everything sent to one address. You're saving on your P&P, just take it in turns to pay your P&P, and then half the price of the double deals. That's a perfect way to operate as a successful jewellery maker. And here we've got the same shape that you'd find on the Amazonite. That beautiful elongation from the oval shape, which also of course provides you with huge carat weights. This time you've got it in probably a more seasonal gemstone. Again, it's going to work all year round, especially with the optical phenomenon that you find within Tiger's Eye, but as we enter the autumnal season, these are just perfect, aren't they? One thing we always talk about is the chatoyancy, which is this optical effect, this cat's eye-like effect that you see there. Hopefully you can see it as I tilt the gemstone back. The other consideration for this is the colour tone, because you've got those very earthy colours, those chocolate browns, those golden tones, which tend to be associated with the autumn season. But actually, they're also perfect for masculine jewellery. There's I suppose that genre of jewellery making tends to rely on these more muted tones, but also the one thing I never hear people relating to Tiger's Eye, which I think is a major issue, is the fact that it goes along with most metallic tones. So rose gold works with Tiger's Eye, silver works with it, but of course gold works with it, and I think that's going to make it popular with wire workers. I know that silver, gold, antique bronze and copper are our most popular colour tones in the wire. I think Tiger's Eye goes along with all of those metallic tones. Normally, if you were to invest in this strand, it would be $7.95 per strand, and when you consider the chatoyancy, that optical effect, and the carat weight here, that's already an incredible deal. But tonight, buy one, get one for £3, just $10.95. They're 18 by 13 millimetres in size, so they're quite significant. Large enough to be used as the focal point of a design, so you could probably make them pendants with great effect. But also small enough to be used as an accent gemstone. I'm seeing them maybe as the feature gem in an asymmetrical necklace over the autumn season. Hannah, are you a designer that likes to work from season to season, or do you prefer to look from design to design, if you like?
I think I'm always drawn by colour, so usually if I'm making something, it will be because I'm drawn to it for the beauty of the gemstone in the first place. Having said that, I do talk about seasonal jewellery, so things like your Tiger's Eye, for example, I think go really, really lovely, really nicely with things like smoky quartz.
Yes.
Your metallics, as you mentioned before, but it's such a wearable thing. You don't have to wear an autumnal tone in the autumn, but it can still be autumnal coloured.
I mean, actually, I'm just looking at your gorgeous
It would go great with what I'm wearing today.
with your top. And that's making me think about other gemstones it would go with, maybe carnelian or red agate. It works so well with
think of a fireside, you know, all the colours that you can see through, like burning embers and things like that, they're naturally going to go very nicely with it.
Absolutely. There you go. $10.95, a discount deal. I'm being told that that is flying out the door, so we have to move on. And interesting, actually, because I didn't realise this would be the next opportunity, but I was saying that this is one of our most popular tones in terms of our wire. How well does it go with the Tiger's Eye? So everybody who came in for this double deal, we've now got some antique bronze wire here. I know that Sammy is a big advocate of using wire within her designs, of course. We saw her on and have a look at this. Because you get that almost golden shimmer on the surface of your antique bronze against those chocolate browns, it's almost the same effect you get from your chatoyancy on your golden Tiger's Eye. Look at that. It's perfect. Now, interestingly, you've got your 0.25mm gauge here. Now that's quite delicate, and that would traditionally be used for your sort of weaving or your little bits of intricacy within your wirework designs, of course. But because of the launch of the larger, more professional gizmo that we have recently, and of course actually people's traditional use of wire twisting, wire gizmo. If you were to put these together, you could create 0.5mm wire, and therefore you can actually use this to do some of your more structural work. So is that accurate? I don't know, do you agree with that? So once you start to twist them or gizmo them, you're getting really sort of much denser
because you're
diameter.
doubling or tripling your gauge of wire, and therefore it's going to be stronger. But also, I mean, the 0.25 is really good for things like netting. So if you've got lots of cabochons and you're not really sure what to do with them, you can create sort of a netting support to turn them into pendants and things like that.
Yes, that's a fantastic way to do it, isn't it?
As you say, the intricacies. So
even when you're creating a structural piece, it still looks delicate. Yeah,
it does,
that's perfect.
Yeah.
Because then you're almost creating a lace-like effect from the wire itself. Of course, the lace coming up at about 8 PM. I know that's going to be popular. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a sellout deal. Normally, these reels are $9.95 each, so that would be $19.90 for 200 meters, which already sounds a little bit ridiculous. That's not going to be your price this evening. We're going to take them even lower. This is a clearance double deal. Of course, the only problem with providing you with this item is that we're going to half our stock levels, and whenever we're buy one get one free. He didn't tell me that.
Oh my gosh.
Do you know why he didn't tell me it? It's because if he'd announced it on the schedule, our buying team would have been like, don't you be selling out my antique bronze wire. Buy one get one free. So as I say, only half the stock levels we started with, really. Oh, unfortunately, that is very detrimental to the number of people who can come through. Fewer than 20 people can actually get the double deal. So we had less than 40 available. I'm sorry. I think that's going to be a sellout deal, so we should probably move on before we start to annoy people. I'm sorry, but as I say, that's why you've got to be straight on the lines. The second you see something you like the look of, you know you're going to be getting the best value on the market. If we decide to go above and beyond by taking it to a buy one get one free offer, the first person on the line is going to be successful. People dialing up now are going to miss out. We're moving on. And the same has to be said of, the top drill drops of pyrite. Again, very, very eclectic, very versatile, because that metallic tone is traditionally associated with jewellery design and gives you a high-end finish. However, this will fit in with the colour tones that are going to become very popular over the coming months. So again, you know, if you're making jewellery designs for yourself, then you may have your own sort of angle on jewellery design. You may be drawn towards certain gemstones. However, if you're somebody who's already receiving personal commissions, somebody's already noticed that you're a talented jewellery designer, and they're starting to say, could you make something for me? These are the kind of items that you want to have in stock when the commission comes along. You don't want to be getting the commission and then trying to source the gemstones. You want to prove you're a professional by already having them in stock. And pyrite is popular all year round, of course, because pyrite is known as fool's gold. It gives you that traditional golden shimmer within your designs. However, leading into the autumnal period, they're going to go along with those colour tones we just discussed, such as the golden tiger's eye, or the smoky quartz, or the carnelians, or the red agates, but also for your evening wear. If you want to save money on investing in precious metal tones, pyrite can provide you with that look, but also cut down the price points. And actually, we're just looking at this red agate. As I say, it's been seen once previously, but never as an individual strand. Because you've got that hollowed centre, imagine if you just were to suspend, easy for me to say, one of the pyrite in the centre of your red agate. That would work perfectly, wouldn't it? Because the shape's mirrored, but you've got the polished finish of the gemstone against the metallic finish of the pyrite. That'd work perfectly, wouldn't it? So that could be a consideration for a lot of jewellery makers out there. The agate itself coming up at around about the halfway point, so around about 7 PM. This is a double deal, so once again, We can work on lower margins, we can provide you with a wholesale price point, but limited availability. You need to be on the phone lines early. Quite a significant feel to these gemstones as well. They always feel a little bit weightier, the pyrite, but when you're dealing with 340 carats, normally it'd be £7.95 this evening. Buy two for £9.95. That's £5 a strand for gorgeous pyrite. Fool's gold, it is also known as. The reason it's often referred to as fool's gold is that it has been mistaken for the precious metal of gold on many, many occasions. You can see here the way it naturally forms. This is the normal crystal formation of pyrite. This has been taken directly from a pyrite mine, and you can see why people mistake this for a gold deposit, really, can't you? The other thing, say again, sorry, Hannah.
It does look really beautiful in its natural form, doesn't it? But
yeah, absolutely.
being able to take that, a little piece of that sparkle out of the ground and then wear it is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's not too much difference here between the finish we've got on the polished drops. I mean, look at that. You've got the same reflective quality, haven't you?
Yeah.
The interesting thing about pyrite, of course, is that it has a six-sided isometric structure, the same crystal structure that you'd find on a diamond, for example, and so it has a single refractive index, exactly the same as a diamond, so you get that reflective quality, and that's why it almost looks exactly like metal, like gold itself. Two strands here for £9.95. That gives you a total of 340 carats, but for £5 per strand. We're going to move on. I'm sorry, I've just been sort of eulogising about all of these gemstones, and it's now time for a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for our first star buy of the evening. We will have one of these every 25 minutes or so here on the show. It's our chance to bring you either a brand new premiere launch or a wholesale bundle. On this occasion, we're bringing you a wholesale bundle, but in an essential item, and we know how popular it is after last night's paracord launch, because of course the braiding techniques do seem to be on the rise, I have to say. I think one of the reasons is that it allows you to create very affordable pieces of jewellery in a very short space of time. Of course, you don't want to be making sort of £5 to £10 pieces of jewellery if you know it's going to cost you roughly that to make the piece of jewellery. It makes it uncost effective, so it's not particularly useful for jewellery makers. However, if you can make your braided items in a matter of minutes, then you can feel more comfortable in charging those lower price points, And here, we've got a huge array of your cords. In fact, we've got wax cords, satin cords, and we've got that different finish in a variety of different colours. So something for every jewellery making scenario. That's what we aim to do here on The Late Show, create very eclectic and versatile bundles, especially when we're bringing you another sort of mechanic piece, if you like, another essential for those designers. Here, I'll take you through all the colour tones. So you've got your tangerine, your sort of ivory or lemon tone, and your amethyst purple. Those are all coming to you in the satin cord variety. And then in the wax cord, we've got the tangerine, the sort of kyanite blue, if you like, and the camouflage green, we would say. Again, we've got the satin cords here. We've got the classic white, the gold, and the black. Perfect for the party season, that specific collection. And then again, in the wax cord here, some of the earthier colours, the sort of the tan, the nude, and the royal blue. So something for every possible jewellery making scenario. You've got 6 of your wax cord, 6 of your satin cord, all in vibrant or party shades. So you can't go wrong with this. In fact, I'm thinking I would want to see this in a masculine macrame design. I'll be happy to wear this, maybe alongside some jasper, some blood jasper, for example. If you set that into this specific tone, that would be a very attractive masculine design, I'm thinking.
Got it?
Unikite work perfectly in there, wouldn't it?
What else could you put in there?
Even, I was just going to say, I'm just thinking of the dark greens to go along with it. Maybe some green onyx, because we had a few
that'd be good.
of that recently.
Or you could put it like with other colours as well, like blacks and greys and things like that.
Of course, yeah. The neutrals are always going to work, aren't they? Yeah,
definitely.
absolutely. So the world is your oyster here. You're not limited in any way because we're giving you such an array of colour tones and finishes, because you've got the wax finish and the satin finish. Maybe traditionally use the sort of satin finish for more elegant designs. If you look at something like this, you can actually use it to frame a gemstone, a feature gemstone. See this gorgeous neckline piece, and then it actually helps to frame the gemstone itself, so that's very elegant. That's almost evening wear, isn't it, in your satin finish. Maybe the wax cord for more of your everyday pieces, but as I say, the world's your oyster. It depends how you choose to use these threading materials, and you've actually got 10 meters on every reel here, so 120 meters in total. And I have to say, some of these are very tribal, some of them are very feminine, some of them are very vibrant. Something for everyone here. Normally 19.80, so $4.95 per reel. But we're not staying at that price this evening. We're going to give you ridiculous value. That's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. We provide you with the best value in the market, not just for your genuine gemstones, but also for your essential findings that we saw at the start of the show, or your threading materials. I really didn't know. Yes, he's saying you really didn't know I was going to do this, did you? No, I really didn't. Can't get my head around that. So normally these are $4.95 per reel. All of these for $6.95. Hannah just realised what you'd done. She was making something. She was thinking.
I honestly didn't know.
Ed's getting overexcited as usual.
I do.
I'm not getting overexcited, am I?
That's just crazy. Oh my gosh.
I'm just glad Mark Smith's not on the show tonight, because last night he was shaking his head, but I reckon at this point tonight.
Are you joking? He's been really excited to be at home buying it all.
Oh yeah, well that's good for him, but I'm just saying, I'm glad he's not here, because not only can he take advantage of it, but he won't assault me. He's normally perturbed by our prices. When we're bringing the items that are perfect for macrame, kumihimo, even your soutache designs. Am I missing anything out?
There's all the braiding techniques that Sarah does.
Of course, yeah. French knitting.
French
crocheting.
knitting. All sorts of things. Loads of things you can do with it.
Recently I did a morning show with Sheila, where she was actually doing some knitting. And I know that not all jewellery makers are going to sort of go through the crafting genres, but there's going to be a lot of jewellery makers out there who would have started as knitters in a more traditional sense. Can you imagine using these threads to integrate some of these lace items into your designs? This would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Look at that. Maybe the gold. Maybe even the black if you wanted a monochrome design. So these lace items, of course, coming up at 8 p.m. this evening, just before the karaoke competition starts. And if you do want to take advantage of this deal, don't forget to tune in early. Half the stock's already been allocated on the threads. That means you must have had a healthy quantity, because there's a huge number of people on the phone lines multi-buying this. There you go, you can see the huge array of colours there as well. Maybe you've never tried macrame before, and you've been a little intrigued after the paracord launch of last night. This would be the perfect opportunity to add these to your order and maybe start to develop your repertoire of jewellery making skills by integrating a bit of macrame or kumihimo into your designs. You'll see that they're not just threading materials. Once you start to work with them in this way, I was a little bit taken aback actually at the intricacy of those type of techniques when I first saw them. I always thought, oh, these are going to look like friendship bracelets that you made when you were a kid, but actually you've seen the extent of the designs that can be created using those techniques. They really do elevate those more traditional looks onto the next level, and I've seen macrame designs selling for very, very high sums. We're talking about 40, 50 pounds for soutache or macrame designs. That's very impressive, especially as they're a little bit more time efficient, I should say. You know, I see a lot of the wire work that takes hours and hours and hours. Macrame designs can be put together in minutes, can't they? So it allows you to work on those slightly lower profit margins and of course make your designs more affordable. I have to move on from that one because 3/4 of stock's already been allocated, and I've actually got a queue on the phone lines. I think it's going to be a sellout deal. Never take my word for it. Always speak to a member of our award-winning help team, or of course add it to your order at JewelleryMaker.com, but make sure you check out your basket because, as I say, we do have a queue on the phone lines, and if everybody was to check out, I think we'd be left with very limited availability. $6.95 for that cord deal, not the price point I was expecting to see, but I can see a lot of very, very regular buyers coming through on the phone lines, so congratulations to you. Well, coming up at this one. Oh wow, is this coming up this early? Because I've already seen Hannah's designs that she's created using this, and they're absolutely beautiful. The first time I saw this bundle, I was thinking, ooh, if you're thinking about making a piece of jewellery for a new mum, you've got every base covered here, haven't you? And Hannah's designs are going to inspire you massively because they are absolutely gorgeous, very feminine, very beautiful, and this is coming up in just 15-20 minutes time, so not long to wait at all. We're going to move on though. We're going to try to fit in as many deals as we can, starting with a gemstone collection. These are very, very high-end gemstones, calibrated cuts, so they will fit in to a traditional prong setting. I mean, you could take these along to a master jeweller and ask them to put them in a traditional setting, although I don't suppose that's really the MO of a jewellery maker. You want to create your own prong setting, or of course the prong setting kits that we launched earlier in the year. Hard to believe that was 6 months ago now, but that's just how quickly we've motored through 2014. We're now starting to think about the Christmas period. I'm sorry if you're not, but I certainly am. And just have a look at the quality of the finish here. You've got cabochon cuts as well as faceted finishes, and they're all coming to you in the rounds, so that's quite a traditional cut, isn't it? 8mm rounds, so quite a significant carat weight on each gemstone. And we can have a look now at the colour tones, because you've got a very traditional Swiss blue topaz. This is the colour tone you definitely want to see. If you're looking on the high street jewellers and you don't see this colour tone, I certainly wouldn't be parting with 70, 80 pounds for a smaller carat weight set into silver if you're not getting this colour saturation. You've then got a gorgeous peridot, undeniably peridot there, August's birthstone. Moving on, we've got the gemstone of Valentine's. Could be useful over the next few months if you get a certain commission. Beautiful amethyst there, 8mm faceted round, and the smoky quartz, perfect all year round for everyday pieces or elegant evening wear, particularly again in the autumn period. And then we've got two very impressive gemstones. We've got this gorgeous white quartz, but the way it's been faceted, I mean, you could be forgiven for mistaking that for a more prestigious gemstone. I won't say the name in case people think I'm going OTT, but you can understand why the untrained eye would make that mistake with a white quartz. And then a Wellow Opal. Look at that, absolutely fantastic. Again, difficult for us to show you the natural opalescence, but I'm certainly seeing that traditional pin fire when I look closely at the gemstone. Sorry, I didn't realise I was in shot. Oh, can't even open the thing. You can see how prestigious these gemstones are. I will say I can see the pin fire, but I'm struggling to show it on screen. Quite right, regular viewers already know to trust us. Don't rely on our studio lighting to show you the optical effects of a gemstone. Get it home. Use your 30-day money-back guarantee to appreciate the quality of the gemstones before you make a final decision, and it will be a much more informed decision, won't it? 8mm rounds here, and actually, if you know somebody who's recently developed a passion for gemstones and gemology, this could be the perfect gift, because it allows you to expand your gemstone collection. You know you've got jewellery quality gemstones here, and while some people may take issue with that phrase, because of course you make jewellery designs with all of the gemstones we bring you, there is a distinct difference between the sort of more traditional gemstones for crafting and the larger carat weights, if you like, and these gorgeous gemstones. These are perfectly round cut, 8mm in size, gorgeous clarity. And we are going to give you an exclusive price reduction, so the perfect opportunity to get involved with this collection. Normally $39.95 for all 6, but this evening, whoa, a £10 savings. So producer Liam putting a £10 note back in your pocket this evening if you're investing in the round cut collection. These are some of the most popular gemstones on the market. Swiss blue topaz, gorgeous peridot, amethyst, opal, smoky quartz, white quartz. These tend to be some of the more well-known gemstones, the kind of gemstones that people have maybe a personal relationship with, or more of a sentimental regard for, certainly in terms of opal or amethyst or peridot being birthstones. If you want to add this to your collection, it's just $29.95, but that price point is only available for the next 60 minutes. If you want to take advantage of that deal, please dial the free phone number right now. Alternatively, you can shop at JewelleryMaker.com, but if you place this in your basket, which I can see some people are actually multi-buying online, make sure you check out your baskets to avoid disappointment, because the price reduction is only available for 60 minutes. And of course you do get this little information booklet, so that sort of guarantees that what you get are exactly what you say you're going to get. There you go, a little bit of background into the way that the gemstones are mined, and yeah, the big man's autograph as well, so you can't go wrong, can you? $29.95, and we're going to move on to another incredible deal. Another gemstone that I think will be perfect for the autumnal period. It might just be the way I think about jewellery design in terms of working season to season, but actually, if you think about this gemstone, and you think about what most of your customers are going to be drawn towards, it's a bespoke design. It's something they know that no one else on the planet owns. That's a big draw for people investing in bespoke jewellery design, and of course no two fossil jaspers are going to be identical. Look at this. Those almost look like sort of floral imprints. You know when you do flower pressing? Yeah. That's what I see when I look at it.
Like a cross-section of some fruit or something.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. That's interesting though, because instantly we both see two different imagery there. Wow, there's an insight to our psyche there somewhere. Maybe, yeah. What do you see when I hold up this ink blot? but you know, I think that's one of the reasons that people work with genuine gemstones as opposed to synthetics. If you're working with glass that's been created by a machine, it's totally different to Mother Nature putting thousands of years of work into creating a distinct gemstone for every design. You've got a huge array of colour tones here, your stone greys, your charcoal tones, ranging into the golden shades, and even your ambers and your orange shades as well. So can't go wrong with this strand, and an organic feel not only to the surface of the gemstone, but jasper itself has a very organic feel to it, even when it's been polished to this extent, which is very, very high end, very beautiful. These are 20mm in size, so again, large enough to be considered as a focal point for a design, maybe as a pendant, or to be used as an accent stone in a more gem heavy piece. So you've got a lot of different options, and I think that's what we're looking for as jewellery designs. We want to have that scope available to us. Or I've just noticed some of these mustard tones coming through as well. There's golden shades, that's gorgeous. 20mm in size, giving you 390 carats in total, or as a minimum in fact. And here comes our amazing price point this evening. I love the imprints you see on the surface though. Almost, it looks like this is like the close-up of a petal, or like Hannah was saying, the cross-section of an organic item. But then on other gemstones, you can see it's almost as though there's been like foliage pressed onto the surface of a gemstone. You see that? Fantastic, isn't it? Just $9.95 this evening for 390 carats of fossil jasper. Very, very impressive. And just look at the distinct difference between these two gemstones. Look at that. As I say, no two designs are going to be identical because each and every gemstone is so individual. I think that's a major consideration for a lot of jewellery makers out there. And it's available right now for $9.95. If you want to get involved, you need to be dialing that free phone number. We're going to move on. Whew. Talking about individuality in gemstones, have a look at these, because these have a very high-end finish to them as well. That traditional sparkle that we'd associate with gemstones, and it's down to the way it's been faceted, I think. The light playing on the surface of the gemstone, because you've got those deeper colour tones, the blues, the jet blacks, as well as sort of charcoal greys, you get this beautiful lustre or sparkle from the gemstone. These are almost, again, almost vein-like banding that you've got there, almost like you'd see on a foliage, for example. Very, very dramatic finish to the gemstone, and very individual to each and every gemstone. These are 13mm rounds, not a size that we see every day here at JewelleryMaker, but it makes it, again, quite versatile because it can be used in a more gem heavy piece, or it can be used as an impact gemstone for me. 450 carats in total, 13mm rounds. They've been classified as multicoloured agates, which is well, it's a little bit generic, bearing in mind what we're looking at here. They're almost a sort of monochrome look, aren't they, that we're getting from these agates? That's the way I see it. What are you thinking, Hannah?
I was just going to say, I mean, I know we have a huge variety of different age groups of people watching us, but if you've got sort of a teenage girl in the family that's it kind of a little bit rocky, I can just see a younger girl, maybe Sam, with just like a white t-shirt and a black leather jacket, and that with some silver spacer beads, and I think it works for a younger generation as well.
Like it, because you may be sitting at home and you may have something totally different in mind, but that's the beauty
completely
of working with genuine gemstones. The individuality takes you, well, sort of leads you through the creative process. That instantly you've been able to envisage a design from the strand itself.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's unusual. I mean, that could just be me being totally outdated and
no, I think you're right.
Trying to think young, but
maybe I'm old as well. I'm joking.
No, I could just picture, for example, Sam in a little outfit like that. I think it would look great.
I can see that. Leather jackets are big. I know that's the case because every single woman on every single soap opera is wearing a leather jacket. That's how I know what's going on with trends. I don't even watch soap operas. Oh, Peter, what were you thinking? 450 carats? I don't know. Whoa! It's an add it to your order price point for a gemstone, which I think has probably inspired every single jewellery maker watching, even the jewellery makers in the room. I've had different ideas of how they integrate this into their designs. I definitely like the idea of using silver spacers because it starts to draw out the colour tones from the gemstone, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does. And I think you appreciate the fact that there are so many colours within the gemstones when there's just something a little bit metallic between them.
Yes.
Otherwise, it kind of all blurs into one. Whereas with the spacers, it means you're focusing on each bead, and you see the beauty of the bead better.
That's a top tip, really, because actually those tiny metallic spacers, they do create almost punctuation, if you like, in the design, don't they? So you can take each gemstone as an individual.
Definitely.
Perfect, there you go. So not only an incredible deal from producer Liam, but some fantastic inspiration from the gorgeous Hannah as well. Just $6.95 for your 13mm rounds, over 400 carats on this strand. And again, I have to move on because we've got so many deals to fit in to our late show this evening. And we're going to start with another essential item. This is your chain. These are your oval links, but they're coming to you with a variety of different finishes. Actually, between each link you've got the traditional metallic finish and the brushed metal finish there. This all comes to you in your antique bronze, so again, perfect for the autumnal season. It's going to go with some of those earthier colour tones, but it'll work all year round, maybe to help you upcycle certain items. I've heard these used as straps for handbags or belts for certain looks, but also alongside the likes of McKay designs. If you like to create very individual pendant designs, because the chain's a little bit more robust, a little bit larger, it becomes a feature of your design. And for $6.95, we send out at your order price. It's almost a no-brainer, and I have to say we only have 20 available in stock. Well, 17 available in stock. So those are flying out the door at $6.95. And we're going to move on. Oh, really? Because it's time for another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for another star buy, and on this occasion it is a wholesale bundle. So we've taken 3 very complementary gemstone strands. We've bundled them together to provide you with a wholesale deal, and I have to say these are very feminine. That's the way I see them. You might have other ideas in mind, but you've got this beautiful, almost sort of rhodonite pink tone, if you like, this sort of salmon pink hue from this particular strand of quartz. This is 8mm round, so it gives you 170 carats in total. That gorgeous, I think it's a little bit richer than a baby pink personally. It's got a little bit more saturation, but it depends what you put it towards.
I'm not sure quite. I mean, maybe like a sorbet pink or something like that.
Yes, that's
that
it,
kind of
isn't
thing.
Somewhere in between. A more traditional sort of Barbie pink, if you like, and a pastel pink tone. It's sort of sitting in the middle, so that's quite interesting. Yeah, not quite as rich as a coral. Yeah, I was just going to get almost a peach tone maybe on some of the gemstones, but it's certainly pink. There's no denying that. Then we've got the pastel tone that you'd normally associate maybe with an Amazonite, a sort of a spearmint tone, if you like. From your, it's described as sky blue quartz. It's not sky blue.
No, it's definitely green.
A little bit misleading, like because it's definitely
greeny.
Yeah, an aqua blue or a spearmint tone. That's how I describe it. 90 carats there in your 6mm rounds, so very, very useful sizes as well. I'm thinking particularly about maybe macrame designs. These are going to work so well, especially because they're so complementary. You could just alternate between the two, couldn't you? The 8 and the 6mm. Maybe you could even throw the 4mm clear quartz in the spacers just to make them go a little bit further. That's what Hannah's done. She's created this gorgeous design. For some reason I was drawn to macrame, but actually when you see them inside this has got a sort of classic design, but with a wire flourish.
It's kind of, yeah, I wanted it to make a bit more of an organic kind of look to it.
Yeah, I love it. Because actually, I think the beauty of wire work is that you are allowed to express your own personality. It doesn't have to be uniformed. That's what I love about it.
It's just trying to get away from the completely traditional and just go a little bit wild. but without getting too bad.
I love these earrings. They're a little more traditional, and they allow that little pop of colour from the aqua blue tones to come through while still looking very feminine, because pink is the predominant colour. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Matching set there. And of course that shows you not only how complementary the gemstones are, but how easy it is to create matching sets of jewellery here, especially when you've got these graduating sizes in the different gemstones. So you've got the pink quartz in your 8mm, the aqua blue quartz in your 6mm, and the clear quartz in your 4mm there. So very, very versatile sizes, shapes and colours. If you want to get involved, you know what to do. Start dialing that free phone number right now. Maybe you've been inspired by Hannah's designs. Maybe these are just ever presents in your gemstone stash. And of course, as ever, we're going to give you a wholesale price point. This is a star buy deal on a 3-strand pack. Normally, the 4mm clear quartz would be $5.95 on its own. That means that you can get the aqua blue quartz and the pink quartz for £1 a piece. $7.95 for a 3-strand pack. And even though everybody takes the mickey out of me, Hannah was part of the management team alongside me when we launched 3-strand packs for $9.95, and you'll be able to attest to the fact that we used to melt the phone lines.
Absolutely. Everyone just went completely mental for them. So yeah. I don't think much has changed, to be fair.
No,
Everyone
absolutely.
Still loves them,
People still want incredible value, but of course, nowadays we can go that little bit further. Over the last 4 years, we have expanded at a rate of knots, and it has given us greater buying power. And also, because we've got a larger audience, it makes it easier for us to justify these smaller price points. Never think that the price point you see is justifiable of the carat weight that you're receiving. Other suppliers are going to charge you much larger prices for these because of the unique way we work here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, and because of our bundling system here on JewelleryMaker. We can provide you with 3 strands of quartz for $7.95, probably a price point you'd be hard pushed to find elsewhere, especially when you're dealing with these carat weights. 170 carats of pink quartz, 90 carats of aqua blue quartz, and you've got the 4mm clear quartz added in there as well for just $7.95. That's incredible, really, isn't it? So we're talking about what, £2.70 per strand of genuine gemstones. And here you have to say that producer Liam has put together a very complimentary strand pack. Actually, this is
it's very pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, very feminine, I think of it as, but that's just because I'm a blank. Although, actually, you know, if you were to put these alongside some of the earthier tones, you could create quite a masculine macrame bracelet, for example.
You could, actually.
And if you do want to add the cords to your order, I should say there are still some available stock remaining, and the details of which are at the bottom of your screen right now. They were just $6.95 for 120 metres. Normally it should have been close to £20, £19.80 for the 12 reels of cord. Here they are. They're all still there, available for you at $6.95, but only for about 25 minutes or so, at which point they are going to be unavailable, and probably while stocks last. If you want to add this 3-strand pack of quartz to your order, of course, this is very, very versatile. The perfect collection for all jewellery makers' gemstone stash, and it's available right now for $7.95, a huge saving this evening. Normally, you pay $5.95 for the clear quartz 4mm rounds alone. So you can add the other 2 strands for £1 a piece. Can't say fairer than that. Still lots of people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. If you're placing this item in your basket, you need to check out immediately. We only have a limited number available, as you'd expect. And we've got a huge number of phone buyers coming through there as well to add that to their order. Of course, 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker. We're going to move on because coming up in the next hour, a little bit of focus on February's birthstone, probably one of the most well-known gemstones on the market, gorgeous Amethyst, and this has all come as a result of your suggestions of what you wanted to see on the Late Show. Amethyst coming up in the next hour, so don't move a muscle.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
JewelleryMaker is part of the Genuine Gemstone Company for a reason. If we're going to offer you gemstones, then they have to be genuine, but the only way we can guarantee that is by getting a lab test. This guarantees that you're going to get genuine gemstones, and that's exactly what you deserve.
This week, JewelleryMaker is offering an amazing wirework deal for all our customers. This bumper pack has everything you need to get started in wirework or to simply stock up on your essential tools, including an array of different gauged wire, 5 DVDs for all different levels, a hammer and block, a gizmo, the wire twisting tool, nylon jaw pliers and the wire wrapping jig. This is an offer not to miss out on. All of this for just $49.95. To get your hands on this limited edition offer, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Join guest designer Sarah Elvin for the Introduction to Bead Looming DVD. Sarah will guide you through many techniques including adding beads, pattern creations, beading with chips, adding beads to warp thread, as well as how to set up your bead loom. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. My name's Ed, thank you so much for joining us, and we're also joined by the lovely Hannah Osborne providing us with inspirational evening, all right, Hannah?
I'm very well, thanks, yeah.
Thank you very
Enjoying
much.
myself.
Good, good. You've got lots of lovely bundles over there.
I know, it's a bit like Christmas. You come in and you get given all these lovely goodies and then you just let loose on them. It's brilliant.
There you go. Can't
I love my job.
offer people more than that, can you? Don't forget, coming up at around about 8 p.m. this evening, we have got these beautiful lace segments. I suppose, once again, it's up to you how you choose to integrate these into your designs. But instantly, I'm thinking about bridal wear, but that might just be me.
Sammy just had a really good idea.
Go on.
She said for Halloween coming up, if you wanted to do something a bit kind of like, I don't know, Dracula's Mistress or witchy, you could take the one that's kind of in the centre at the bottom there, spray it black and use it as a hand piece of jewellery. So
Like that.
the other way around, so the point goes down to your middle finger.
Okay, sorry.
So you'd need like a little ring finding or something, memory wire maybe, and then a piece of chain on jump rings, fastening it around your wrist.
I like it.
That was lovely. And then the other one
idea.
she said was the one with the rose in the centre of it to make that like a choker. Again, she said she'd probably
This one?
stain it black though, yeah, and then just use a piece of chain on jump rings around the back or maybe some ribbon.
Probably not as effective on my neckline, but I know exactly what you mean. So lots of incredible suggestions about how you might integrate the lace into your designs, and those are coming up for you at 8 p.m. Now, last week we did put it out on Facebook to say, what do you want to see here on your late show? It's not our show, it's your show, and whatever you want to see, let us know and we'll try to get it into the schedules. Lots and lots of people came back saying, we need amethyst. We understand why. One of the reasons for that is that it's probably the most well-known gemstone, or certainly the most well-known semi-precious gemstone that we have on the market. Of course, everyone's going to know about rubies and emeralds and diamonds, but most people are going to think that those are out of their price range, so they're more drawn towards semi-precious gemstones. Easily the most famous of all of them is gorgeous amethyst, and so we're going to put a little bit of focus onto February's gemstone. Now, the gemstone of Valentine's, and if you do want to get involved, start dialing early on all of these deals because they're always popular, the amethyst opportunities, and we're expecting these to be very, very popular. Where are we starting? Here we go. So faceted rounds, but they're graduated on the strand. Now, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range. Top quality amethyst, and you can see that from the saturation of colour, that rich, well, amethyst purple, actually. That's probably the way you describe it. I'll just get a little bit of light pattern cut so you can appreciate the colour tone you're going to receive when you see the gemstone. Faceted to perfection. Of course, the greater the number of facets, the greater the play of light, so you've got this fantastic sparkle on each and every gemstone. The strand itself is 18 centimetres in length. The graduation of sizes ranges from 5mm up to 10mm, so quite a significant look on this particular strand of amethyst, and as I say, top quality. That allows you to really appreciate the colour tone that you're going to receive on this strand. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, giving you 70 carats in total on your amethyst, and sparkling away there, giving you that rich lustre. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for this Gems of Distinction strand of amethyst. Just $9.95 for 70 carats in total. If you want to get involved with this deal, please start dialing the free phone number right now. Alternatively, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. and you can add this to your order instantaneously. We have quite a healthy stock level available, and just have a look at the way it's sparkling away there. Absolutely fantastic. So it's going to add not only a level of sort of luxury to your designs, but also that level of opulence because of that luster. People will associate that look with very sophisticated evening wear. So amethyst there for $9.95. We're going to move on. This time faceted top drill drops of amethyst. Again, very traditional colour tone here. The sort of colour tone people would mostly associate with amethyst. Faceted to perfection once again. Unfortunately, I only have single figures of availability remaining on this strand. Has proved to be very, very popular. I suppose the top drill drops give you a traditional finish like the rounds, although they do lend themselves to a greater number of jewellery making motifs. So if you do like to create maybe your floral motifs, these will work as petals, maybe even as leaves in certain designs, if that's how you wanted to use your amethyst. Greater graduation in terms of the sizes. These range from 15 by 8 down to 8 by 6 mil in size. And once again, the price point is rather ridiculous. Here you've got 130 carats of faceted amethyst. And of course you could use these in a more traditional sense. You could create your matching sets of jewellery in terms of your pendant and your droplet style earrings. And that makes this particular strand very profitable because you've got such a large number of gemstones on the strand. Let's have a look at our price point this evening for over 100 carats of amethyst. £17.95. That is incredible. For this kind of carat weight, 130 carats. Absolutely astounding. Jewellery quality amethyst for me. This is the kind of amethyst I'd expect to see set into sterling silver or 9 carat gold on the high street. If you do want to get involved with this deal, you know what to do. Either dial the free phone number right now or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Unfortunately, we started with just single figures of availability on this particular strand. We'll have to leave that one with you because it looks like it could be a sellout deal, and we're going to move on. Ooh, these feature faceted rounds. These are very, very large. These are statement pieces. For me, I would probably use these in a graduated design alongside some other amethysts with this as the focal point. You've got a 14mm faceted round, very uniformed facets on the surface of each gemstone because of the depth of colour. Once again, you've got this incredible lustre. If anybody's watching tonight and they're new to the world of jewellery making or gemstones, they don't know what I'm talking about, I'll explain it for you. Lustre is basically that reflective quality you see on the surface of a gemstone. Tends to be on gemstones that have that deeper saturation of colour, where the light is basically bouncing off the surface of a gemstone, almost a reflective light quality. You can see that there. Well, you can see it in abundance on this strand because the gemstones are so large and you've got such a large number of facets. 14mm round here, 500 carats in total, and the price point once again is absolutely ridiculous. If you want to get involved with this, once again you need to be on the lines early because unfortunately we only have a limited number available. We know how popular this gemstone is. The only reason that we're doing this segment of the show is because so many people are requesting amethyst at the moment. It tends to be a big seller. In fact, a lot of guest designers telling me that when you're attending your craft fairs, if you haven't got amethyst on your stall, you're actually doing yourself a disservice. People are looking out for that gemstone. They know how well used it is on the high street. They know that it is probably one of the more recognisable gemstones. So if you're not working with amethyst, why aren't you working with amethyst? Is this a gemstone that you're drawn towards, Hannah?
One of my favourites. I've got a large cocktail ring that's got the checkerboard facets on the top,
Nice.
and it doesn't matter what I wear it with, it always draws attention, and then everyone starts talking about the depth of colour and how it's amazing to be something that beautiful. And
so you've actually experienced this gemstone from the other side of things, not as a designer, but actually as the wearer. You've seen how
definitely
big an effect it has
practice
on
what
people.
you preach, that's what they say, isn't it?
Absolutely. So as you can see, not just from a design point of view, but I think the reason that people tend to wear statement jewellery is because it gets you noticed. And Hannah, speaking from first-hand experience there about how talked about her amethyst has been. 14mm rounds here, 500 carats in total. Just have a look at that lustre, it's spectacular, isn't it? Oh really? Okay, we're going to have to bring the price on screen because one customer is virtually clearing us out of our amethyst 14mm rounds there. Congratulations if you have just taken 4 strands of amethyst. We've got other multi-buys coming through as well. So if you've got this placed in your basket, please check out to avoid disappointment. We're moving on because it looks like that once again is going to be a sellout deal. And we're moving on now to a very distinctive and characteristic cut of amethyst. For me, probably more about the cut than the gemstone on this. People are instantly going to recognise it's amethyst, as we've already discussed. It's probably one of the most recognisable gemstones on the market, especially within bespoke jewellery design. Even people who rely on synthetics. We'll have to do this one now. Oh no, we can't. Okay, sorry, ignore what I've just said there, we'll do it next, sorry. This is actually green amethyst, sorry. Again, it does apply to this because you've got a very distinctive shape. These are your shields, but these are probably cut into shapes that you wouldn't associate with anything other than top-end jewellery design. These are concave cuts, so it gives you that almost kaleidoscope effect that you get from top-end gemstone cuts. And huge carat weights on every gemstone. You've got 85 carats in total. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So you've got 8.5 carats on each and every gemstone. They're very specific dimensions. I mean, there might be slight variations. Some might be 9 carats, some might be 8, because of that slight variation ranging from 15 by 11 to 16 by 12. But I have to say, you can probably be quite confident that you're offering your customers around about 8 carats on each and every gemstone here. Always useful to offer your customers the alternative varieties of traditional gemstones. We've talked about the more traditional colour tone, which is that rich amethyst purple, if you like. Some people might not realise that there are alternative varieties. Green amethyst tends to be known as Prasiolite. This is a heat-treated green amethyst, so it doesn't occur naturally in this colour. This would have started life in a richer purple tone, but then through the heat treatment it takes on this beautiful apple green tone, this pastel shade. And for me, all about the cut once again, that beautiful faceting that provides you with this look in the gemstone, quite a traditional look, where you can see the light is passing through the gemstone in a variety of different ways, but also it actually again could lead you through the creative process because it might lend itself towards certain designs. 85 carats in total of your beautiful Prasiolite or green amethyst, and here comes your price point. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range, wow, look at that on the recording. You can see the way the faceting really takes effect on the gemstone itself. As the light enters the gemstone, you can see it's actually dispersed in different angles. You can see that almost there. You see on the edge of the gemstone that rainbow-like effect, a spectrum of colour coming through on the surface of the gemstone. That's all thanks to the lapidarist's hard work. There you go, you can see it there once again. Thank you very much, Director Bruce, for putting that back on screen. And that kaleidoscope effect, that spectrum of colour, actually helping to enhance the designs that you create and, of course, the price points that you achieve. $49.95 for your beautiful green amethyst there, 85 carats in total. And we'll leave that one with you. $49.95 for 85 carats of green amethyst there, the concave cut shields. We'll leave that one with you. We're going to move on. Should we do the heart-shaped ones? $90. Sorry. Now these are perfect for your Valentine's designs. Few guest designers talking to me about already receiving commissions for Valentine's Day, so Christmas already dealt with, moving on to the new year. This is the gemstone of Valentine's, February's birthstone, and not only are you looking at the traditional colour tone in terms of this beautiful purple amethyst, $10mm amethyst hearts, over 100 carats in total. And once again, we're not only looking at a very popular gemstone, but probably the most popular cut of gemstone here, the heart shape. Perfect for romantic designs, but I think it is the symbol for love in general, not just romance, but friendship and of course the love that relatives have for one another. So over 100 carats of amethyst here in this beautiful characteristic cut, the heart shape. Amethyst is, I would say, the most popular gemstone on the market, and you've got over 100 carats on this strand in that very distinctive cut. If you want to get hold of this, once again, you need to be on the phone lines. This is one of our most popular gemstones, and actually this is probably one of our most requested gemstones. We put it out on Facebook earlier in the week saying, you know, what would you like to see on the Late Show? Lots and lots of people telling us they need to stock up on their amethyst. That's why we've dedicated this segment of the show to this gemstone, and we're bringing out over 100 carats in this beautiful shape, the heart shape, 10 millimeters in size. Here comes your price point, if my producer's ready to bring the price on screen. $7.95, under £10 for over 100 carats here. And these would be perfect, I think, as perhaps pendants for quite a subtle design, or charms, perhaps, if you want to maximise on your profitability. You could just create a huge number of heart-shaped amethyst earring designs. Absolutely incredible, this one. Lots of people multi-buying this strand. In fact, we've gone global on this deal, so we've got multiple strands of this heading over to the States. That just goes to show you the value we offer you here at JewelleryMaker, because cheaper to source it from us than it is to find in other countries. There you go. $7.95 for your heart-shaped amethyst. Of course, this is a very long, drawn-out process in which you have to source amethyst that is of an appropriate quality. You need to polish it to a certain level and, of course, cut it into these gorgeous and distinctive heart shapes. Lots and lots of people flying through on the phone lines, people multi-buying this item. Congratulations if you're getting hold of this. And we're going to move on to your green amethyst rondelle. So once again, the alternative variety of amethyst, this time in your polished rondelles. Again, coming to you in your apple green tones. These range in size from 5x3 to 9x4 millimeters in size. That graduation, of course, sometimes helping people to actually develop their designs, because the graduation itself can provide you with a design concept. Mark last night was talking about the idea of relying on the larger surface area you get from a rondelle if you lay it out sideways, and then of course you don't need to use as many gemstones, so it becomes a little more profitable because you don't have to put so many gemstones into your design. Gorgeous pastel tone here, that apple green shade. You've got the alternative variety. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. So whenever we're talking about Gems of Distinction strands, we're talking about our elite range of gemstones. Top quality gemstones, the kind of gemstones we'd expect to see set into 9 carat gold on the high street, for example. And it means it's been sourced by our Indian buying office. So when you think about where they're based in Jaipur, in the Pink City, this is the premier location for gemstone trading. It allows them to find the top quality green amethyst, and that means that we can pass those savings on to you. 85 carats in total. These are beautifully polished, again, to give you that high-end finish that you'd associate with the gemstone. They range in size from 5x3 to 9x4 millimeters in size. We are going to be able to bring you this Gems of Distinction strand for under £10, and of course that's going to mean that this is a hugely profitable gemstone strand for you. Do you enjoy working with the sort of green amethyst as well as the purple?
I think actually amethysts in either colour go very nicely together, so I'd always try and put them together because they just naturally complement each other very well. But also I think that colour in particular is really soothing and calming. So I mean, sometimes you can have designs that shout, and other times you have something that's just very easy to wear and just kind of not relaxing, but soothing's perhaps the word.
A little more subtle, yeah.
Yeah. So if you're not in a kind of crazy mood and you just want to have a nice, calm, quiet day, I think sometimes the way you dress yourself affects your mood.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
So if you're having a stressful time, if you wear something that's nice and calming, it really helps.
There you go. Maybe you can make me a bracelet.
Maybe.
Ranges in size from 5x3 to 9x4 in those gorgeous apple green tones. And here comes your price point this evening. $7.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of green amethyst this evening. 85 carats in total, polished to perfection, and again you've got that beautiful graduation in size, so absolutely fitting the bill there. Almost like an inner glow that you get from the gemstone because of the polishing technique that's been used. And lots of people flying through on the phone lines and at JewelleryMaker.com to add this to their order. I'm not surprised at that kind of price point. It's the kind of price point that you'd associate with, well, certainly not gemstones anyway, but if you're working with amethyst, then you know you're on to a winner. As I say, it tends to be one of the biggest sellers for a lot of jewellery makers, certainly at craft fairs, because people are aware of the gemstone. And for just $7.95, you can add this to your order this evening. 85 carats in total coming from our Gems of Distinction range. So if you have placing this in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, please make sure you check out, because we also have a lot of people coming through on the phone lines. Somebody's just bought 3 strands of this, so you can see it is becoming a little bit hard to come by. If you want to add this to your order, act now to avoid disappointment. We'll leave this one with you, and we're going to move on. Is it a star buy time? We'll do a quick break, and then we'll move on to our star buy.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques, including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
If you love classic jewellery, then why not come and join guest designer Gemma Crow on our vintage workshop. Gemma will guide you through various beading and wirework techniques which will inspire you to create timeless designs from a bygone era. The full course includes a selection of wire, a selection of findings and charms, a bead scoop, use of all relevant tools and equipment, a buffet lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just $69.95. Have a blast from the past and take home some amazing designs. For further information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for an amethyst star buy. So we're putting a little bit of focus on probably our most popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Certainly the most sellable gemstone on the market. And this particular bundle is very, very impressive, because not only have you got the traditional saturation of colour on each and every strand, but you've got very distinctive shapes here. Probably the most popular shapes as well, because you've got the top drill drops graduating in size. Your droplets range from 7x5 to 15x8. Then you've got your plain rounds, again graduating in size from 8 to 10 millimeters. And you've also got your 5-petaled flowers, possibly one of the most popular motifs within jewellery making. A gorgeous characteristic floral shape, 5-petaled flowers there. So the flowers are 10 millimeters in size, giving you 120 carats. You've got your droplets there, 125 carats, ranging from 7x5 to 15x8, and you've got your graduated rounds, ranging in size from 8 to 10 mil, so quite a subtle graduation there, not too dramatic, but that will lend itself again to certain looks, I suppose, whether it's a neckline piece or of course macrame designs, where I often see that very subtle graduation from the 8 to the 10 mil, with the central stone being the 10mm. So not only is this one of the most well-known gemstones, but here you've got the 3 classic cuts for me, for jewellery making certainly, and the graduation in those 2 strands will help you to develop your jewellery design as well. So you can't go wrong with this bundle really. I can't see why every single jewellery maker on the planet isn't dialing that free phone number right now to put themselves to the front of the queue. Of course, the quicker you're on the phone lines, the easier it will be for you to have this allocated to your order. And you've got a huge carat weight here, over 300 carats of amethyst, which in itself is rather impressive, and it lends itself towards very beautiful but also classic jewellery design. Have a look at these designs here that have been put together by... Is this some of your work, Hannah? Yeah. This is fantastic. So you've integrated some of this sort of Amazonite.
Yeah.
It's not Amazonite, is it? It's the aqua blue quartz.
Yes.
Sorry, forgive me, because of the colour tone, that's where I went with it. But yes, no, it's the sort of spearmint quartz we were talking about earlier.
That's right, yeah.
Fantastic combination, isn't it, between the pastel blues or greens, depending how you look at it, and the regality, if you like, of the intense purples.
I think that's it. I mean, sometimes because of the way the gemstones are cut, you just want them to sort of hang as they're almost as they are stranded. And then I think because of the colour tones, I just like those 2 colours together. They happen to fall together on the board here, and I thought I need to put those. I know they're from separate bundles. My favourite colour combination.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's good actually, because of course all of these incredible offers are open to all of our jewellery designers. So if you see something that takes your fancy, that inspires you, then why not add both bundles to your order? 1 P&P per day here at JewelleryMaker, and of course if you do want to add the quartz to your order, it came as part of a bundle at the end of the last hour of the show, and the details of which producer Liam has put on the screen for you right now. It's just £7.95 for 3 strands of quartz. Can't go wrong there. Now, normally, if you were to add these 3 strands of amethyst to your order, it'd be £31.85. So already incredible value when you consider that we've sourced top quality amethyst and we've cut, polished this particular amethyst into these 3 individual strands. So we've got your perfect rounds, your top drill drops, and your 5 petaled flowers. Hopefully you've been able to appreciate that shape there. That's fantastic. Normally these would cost you £31.85. Already incredible value. We're gonna take it down to a star buy clearance price, but we only have a few in stock, I'm afraid. Oh, even lower than I thought we were going to go. So producer Liam has given you a little bit of an extra deal here. £17.95. Should be £31 something. There you go. So should be over £30. Right now under £20. Yeah, not just a little bit under, quite right. So over £2, under £20. 17.90, I didn't sound right in my brain. 17.95 when it would normally be well over £30. So very, very impressive saving. Of course, our producers are always determined to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. That's their job, to provide you with wholesale bundles. And I think on this occasion, Liam has gone above and beyond, giving you not only our most popular gemstone, but our most distinctive cuts and a saving of over £10. So all of the plaudits deserve to go to our producer here, because he's listened to you. This is your show. You've asked for amethyst. You've asked for these distinctive cuts. And yeah, you can see how well they all work together. You could integrate these amethysts into one design, or you might choose to use them a little bit more sparingly, because you know amethyst is a draw, certainly in your traditional craft fair environment. So you know people can be drawn towards amethyst. Maybe you don't want to pile all of this carat weight into one design, for example. £17.95 represents a saving of, well, I was going to say over £10, probably £12, £13 in total. And unfortunately, we only had 30 of this bundle available. A little bit difficult to put together these bundles when we're dealing with our most popular gemstones, but for everybody who's tuned in right now, who is an elite jewellery maker, who is selling their designs at craft fairs or even through personal commissions, this is a must-have. When you're saving yourself, how £13.90 is the saving. There you go, even larger than I thought. That's incredible, isn't it? When you think.
Liam's just given you a free strand somewhere else in the show, hasn't he?
Exactly, that's the way to look at the late show. These are your wholesale opportunities. So whenever our producers are providing you with these huge savings, all you got to think is, I can actually invest that in another gemstone later on in the show. And of course, maybe you want to get hold of the lace. I actually wonder if the intensity of this regal purple tone that you get from amethyst would work alongside that more neutral tone of the white lace.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
If you've got a needle and thread, you can stitch the droplets along the edge so that they hang down.
I'm going to do that right now.
Like fringe work almost.
I like that.
Yeah, I think that would look really pretty.
So this lace is coming up at 8 PM this evening. Oh, it's a little bit lost on the black background there, but you can see the effect that it would have with the droplets. Fantastic. Looks to me like this particular bundle of amethyst is going to be a sellout deal this evening, so we are going to have to move on. I will just say one other thing, actually, because I'm a little bit drawn towards this green onyx chain we have coming up later. I love this combination of the forest greens and the amethyst purples. I would definitely be adding this to my order if I'd just got hold of the amethyst. And this is coming up at 7 PM as well. So this is only about 20 minutes away, is that right? There you go, double star buy coming up for you in about 19 minutes time. So not long to wait at all. Moving on, where to, sorry? Okay. Here we go, we're going to continue with our amethyst focus, this time in the form of the oval shapes. These are faceted to perfection once again, faceted ovals ranging in size from 10x8 to 15x10. And again, this comes from our Gems of Distinction range, so top quality amethyst. The kind of quality, again, we'd associate with the I suppose the high street designs, but you never really see these kind of carat weights on the high street. I think the design I saw last week, I looked into the high street window, I saw an amethyst design set into sterling silver. I don't know what the finish was like of the gemstone in terms, you know, if I was to compare it to one of these gemstones, I didn't see it close enough. I don't know what the metal weight was, so I'm not making a direct comparison. However, I can tell you that they had 0.33 carats of amethyst. I don't see how it could be any better in terms of the colour. And it was set into sterling silver. No accent gemstone. $79.99.
Wow.
Seems a little bit ridiculous that we can bring you these carat weights, because of course when we first started here at JewelleryMaker, we would have been able to bring you very competitive price points, but not necessarily the same quality of gemstone. The quality of our gems has certainly improved over the last 4 years. I mean, to the point now where we've got checkerboard faceted amethyst of this quality, quite sizable carat weights here. They range in size from 10x8, that's the smallest gemstone on the strand, up to 15x10mm. So just have a look at that. These gemstones, I mean, you could actually use these potentially as the focal point of a choker design, something like that, where you're really going to draw the eye towards these.
Well, you could use that with almost anything, couldn't you? I mean, because it's got the sparkle in there. If you've got maybe even a grey agate or something like that, more muted, that would look quite sumptuous together. If you put gold findings with that, then it looks really regal. You know,
absolutely.
The depth of that colour. It's like crushed velvet almost. That particular strand is beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely. If you want to get hold of this strand, unfortunately, once again, we're a little bit limited in stock. You can understand why this is so popular. I mean, you can imagine just solitaire rings with that traditional checkerboard facetty. Probably make your money back on one gemstone potentially, especially when you see a price point like this. $17.95. I mean, if you put that amethyst into one ring design, potentially if you're working with silver, sterling silver wire,
yeah.
What are you talking about? £10–15 for the ring design? Or am I even...
Probably about £10 more than that, at least.
Oh, really? Okay,
yeah.
sorry.
Yeah.
Underestimating people's price points there. So it could be more like £20–25 for a solitaire amethyst ring.
Yeah, quite
I suppose
possibly.
you could actually create almost a bezel setting. You know, if you sort of hammer your wire so it's flat,
yeah,
you can actually put it around the amethyst to create a bezel setting. So then you're, again, adding value to the design.
Can you set it into silver clay as well? Because that would look quite nice. I don't know.
You could do. I'd be careful about
Would you lose
the heating process. Although 100, does it make it 160 degrees?
I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
There's a list
Natalia,
online on the JewelleryMaker website, and I'm sure Natalia's listed them many times on our silver clay shows if you search those on YouTube. I'm not sure the exact temperature, so I wouldn't want to mislead anybody, but kind of, when does
it's worth looking into though, because if you could, it would be beautiful, wouldn't it?
Absolutely spectacular, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because you could create a very traditional, almost cocktail style ring like you were describing. There you go, $17.95, and I should just say, you don't get one gemstone, you do get a whole strand. We are going to have to leave that one with you. Lots of people getting involved, but lots of amethyst deals to bring you. We're now going to move on to beautiful green amethyst. Once again, the alternative variety, the pastel tones, the apple green shades here. A little bit more subtle, but again, sometimes the alternative varieties can lead to greater sales, and maybe your customer base isn't even aware of green amethyst. They might have always seen purple amethyst on the high street. Gorgeous finish to the gemstones, highly polished. And actually, I wonder if it's something to do with the polishing process, because it almost allows the gemstones to glow internally. You see the difference in the colour saturation. So you see that there, from one angle you've got this almost a forest green tone, then as I turn it you've got the pastel green tone. So very versatile gemstone here, and a huge graduation in sizes. They range from 6x3 up to 16x9. It allows you to create the droplet style earrings as well as the pendants. On top of that, because you've got a greater number of gemstones, you can actually use these easily to create floral motifs. So you just take those there, they're all virtually the same size, create a floral look, which is very popular in bespoke jewellery design. Comes from our Gems of Distinction range, 95 carats in total of your green amethyst, or pragelite, also known as that, all for £10. Unfortunately, we are very limited in number on this particular strand, so if you do want to get involved, please dial early to avoid disappointment. You can see just how beautiful this gemstone looks in a more natural style lighting, in our studio lights, always going to affect the colour tone that you will be able to see. It's going to look much better when you get this home. For just £9.95, that is going to be a sellout deal, so very popular there. And we're going to continue with green amethyst, but this time in your rondelle. So once again, a little bit more focused on particular disciplines, but these will suit classic beaders because they can be used potentially as spacers, maybe alongside your purple amethyst. Or maybe if you want to make your top end green amethyst, and of course this would have been, I suppose, cut by one of our most experienced lapidarists employed by the Genuine Gemstone Company to create these concave shields. If you wanted to make these go a little bit further and you wanted to show your customers that sort of coherency within your design, but you only wanted to add one of these to your designs, of course, these were brought to you at the incredible price point of $49.95, based on the level of intricacy that's involved in that cut. I mean, I've seen somebody just simply try to cut a quartz before, and completely destroy the gemstone. So it's not an easy task. This is something that people dedicate their whole lives to, becoming gemstone cutters. To create that very distinctive cut would have been very difficult, and the price point is reflective. If you want to make those gemstones go further, these are the kind of additions to your 1 P&P per day that you can make to actually maximise on your profitability. So it might seem like a further outlay, but actually you're covering the costs of the previous strand. Do you know? Does that make sense, Han? Do you know what I'm saying there? Yeah. Yeah, because you don't want to have to use all of these in one design to try and make your money back. You want to make your money back off one gemstone. And
you easily could, I think, with those. I mean, they're stunning, aren't they?
But these on the neckline would be perfect, wouldn't they? I would usually
they're
use...
more comfortable, aren't they, when you've got something that's a bit smoother like that?
Because has to be the focal point. That has to be what draws the eye. But very coherent design if you're working with the green amethyst rondelles, I think. I mean,
I think you only need 4 of those to make a complete suite. You have a pair of earrings, a solitaire ring, and a single pendant, and it would look stunning, the whole set together.
There you go, and for 1 P&P you can actually add the accent stone to your order as well. Perfect. Here comes your price point then. These particular wheels or rondelles are at the add it to your order price of £6.95. 3x1 ranging up to 7x3. And I have to say, again, the graduation could provide you with a design in its own right, because that will work along the neckline, and if you do have a feature gemstone, it will draw the eye to it because you've got this subtle pastel shade here, the apple green. £6.95, the lowest possible price point we can provide you with live on JewelleryMaker, and if you want to add that to your order, it's available right now, but only for the next 60 minutes. We're going to move on. And now we're going to go back to the more traditional colour tone for amethyst, but not a traditional cut. Irregular faceting on these to give you almost an organic shape, but a very high-end finish. So again, trying to tick every box for jewellery makers here, and you can see that in, it's almost a sort of a faceted cabochon, if you like, because you actually got a flat-bottomed finish. You can see that there? And then they actually have a domed effect, but it's heavily faceted, so very dynamic, angled shape to the gemstones. And these range in size from 7x11 up to 17x9mm in size, giving you 140 carats in total. February's birthstone, again, probably the most popular, or certainly the most well-known gemstone on the market. And if you want to get involved, as ever, you need to dial the free phone number early. You need to put yourself at the front of the queue to avoid disappointment. All of our amethyst deals are a little bit limited based on the demand that we have here at JewelleryMaker for this gemstone. Of course, it's February's birthstone, but it's one of those gemstones which I believe transcends birthstone jewellery, because it's so well known. This is the gemstone that people are looking out for when they enter a craft fair. Now, more educated or more knowledgeable gemstone buyers will be aware of Praisiolite. They'll already know about the green amethyst, so when they see the concave shields or the wheels, they're going to be drawn to those designs. But if you're dealing with a customer base that maybe have just been dragged along to a sort of village hall on a Saturday morning, they might not have the same depth of knowledge. They might not even understand the intricacy of your wire work, for example, but they will probably have some understanding of amethyst, especially when you're looking at this depth of colour, that rich, intense purple tone, and I'll probably describe it as an amethyst purple in actual fact. I think a lot of people would, even people who don't have a passion for gemology, would associate this colour with this gemstone. So it's a must-have for most jewellery makers, and because when you're working with these gemstones, you're getting the best of both worlds. An organic look, but a high-end finish, you can't go wrong, especially at this price point. This evening for 140 carats of amethyst nuggets, just £8.95, and I have to take issue with the classification of nuggets, because I always think of those as sort of tumbled gemstones, and I know that's the effect we've tried to create on the gemstone, but these have clearly been cut by a lapidarist, and so I don't think that nuggets really encapsulates the gravitas that is attached to this gemstone. You can see there, those are faceted edges. Those haven't been created by a tumbling process. Those haven't been created by Mother Nature. That's a gemstone cutter that's put those facets on the surface of the gemstone, giving you that play of light. And so I think nuggets is a little bit of a unestablished classification there. This deserves to be considered as a high-end gemstone. $8.95, not a reflective price point as ever here at JewelleryMaker. You're never going to have a price point that is equivalent to the carat weight you receive here, but very, very impressive deal. $8.95 for 840 carats. Moving on, because, oh, we have to go to it early. It's a double star buy deal. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker, and time for a double star buy. Unfortunately, one of the reasons that we're placing these together is that we only have a limited number on both star buys, so you have to be on the phone lines early. Anybody who's just invested in beautiful, well, green or purple amethyst, this is a must-have for me. This could be used as a spacer gemstone in between the lights of a green amethyst to give you that vibrancy, that richness of colour. Alternatively, could be used alongside your purple amethyst, because I just think that that is a match made in heaven, that gorgeous combination. I will show you, have a look at that. Can you imagine that? Look at that. Fantastic. However, this gemstone again is offering you an alternative variety of a traditional gemstone. So most people are going to be aware of onyx, predominantly black onyx. So providing your customers with this emerald green variety, again, might lead to greater sales. It might lead to a greater understanding of gemstones themselves. Black onyx is used by some of the top designers in the world. We talk about this a lot on the show because Cartier, Gucci, Topaz, the list goes on, tend to use black onyx as an accent gemstone. They use it alongside 18 karat or 9 karat gold to draw that rich, opulent feel out of the other gemstones they're working with. Green onyx actually provides you with the same effect in my eyes, because you've got that rich forest green tone, but this is Mother Nature's base tone. So if rather than investing in jewellery design, you're actually a jewellery designer, this actually provides you with greater scope to create beautiful jewellery designs. And here, not only are you getting those design opportunities, you're also getting a massive time saver. We talked about this at length with our guest designers, and they're pretty much united in their assessment of these chains, saying that it would probably take them about 4 or 5 hours to create a metre length of chain, and they probably couldn't make it for anything like the price point that we're offering it to you at, because they'd have to source probably 3 or 4 meters of rose gold plated sterling silver wire to create the chain, and they'd have to find probably roughly 100 individually faceted rondelles of green onyx to place on the chain. So by the time you've sourced all these items, wouldn't be cost effective anyway. Be far better off getting hold of one of our chains. Now these are all hand wrapped loops. We've already done the labour for you. The price point is not going to be reflective of the work that's been placed into each and every single one of these chains, but that's what we do. We provide you with the best value in the market. Because you've got the rose gold in the chain here, again, you've got huge versatility. You could use these in a more warm design, or you could try to play on that little juxtaposition and use these potentially as a bit of a party piece, maybe for the festive period, because you've got those sort of those festive greens, if you like, from the onyx. shows how well the gemstones work on their own, doesn't it, this design? This has actually been created by Suzanne, one of our resident jewellery makers, and she's actually used these copper or rose gold finish findings to actually play on the use of the chain. But you can see the gemstones still very, very prominent in the design. Absolutely gorgeous. If you want to get hold of this, as I say, very, very opulent, adding value to your designs, but also a bit of a time saver. I mean, I suggested in the week that you could use these to add value to designs by adding them as extender chains, and you only need sort of a 1 or 2 inch length, although that was met with great concern by Gemma Crow, who said, no way, you can't use these as extender chains, they have to be a feature in your design. So I was thinking about adding value into your design, but I think that the actual item itself is so useful, so versatile, that designers don't see it that way. So very, very versatile, very eclectic, but also capable of adding value into your design, and available this evening at a star buy price. If you want to add this to your order, could be perfect for your Christmas designs or your Christmas commissions, maybe to achieve those higher price points. And here comes your price this evening for a metre length of green onyx set into rose gold plated sterling silver. A metre length here for $19.95. You need to be on the phone lines early. Once again, it will easily help to complement either variety of amethyst, as we've just seen. I mean, alongside the pastel tones, you've got a bit of a richer colour, greater colour saturation, or of course alongside the purples, a classic combination, isn't it? The purples and the greens, fantastic. If you want to add this to your order, it's available right now for $19.95, a must-have for a lot of jewellery makers whenever we bring a metre length of hand-wrapped loop chain with gemstone rondelles there. It's always going to be popular. We're going to move on. We have got a bit of a double star buy available right now, and this has previously been seen as part of a boutique bundle. So this has been preferred by one of our designers working alongside what do you call them? What do you call Pip? What's his title?
Executive something producer? No, he's not.
Product strategist. That's the word I was looking for. So there you go. So working alongside Pip, our product strategist, these have been selected by one of our designers as a feature gemstone. And I imagine there's a few jewellery makers at home who already know the design these have been used in previously. They've never been available as an individual gemstone strand, so this is a first time for the strand on its own. And I have to say, once again, you can understand why designers are drawn to these, because the creative scope for the gemstone cuts themselves is infinite. Because you've got this huge hollow, you can potentially set gemstones on the outer edge, you can suspend a gemstone in the centre. Maybe you just want to make a feature out of the size and the cut of the gemstone itself. They're 43 by 33 millimetres in size, so you've got that fantastic elongation. It's actually quite a traditional shape within nature, maybe sort of like an acorn-like shape perhaps, or, oh my word, can I have that design right now, please? Sorry. Hannah literally just turned this around. She just finished her design using these. They're fantastic. Look at that. That's spectacular, isn't it? I love the way you can actually use larger gemstones alongside these. So the black and the yellow, are they agates?
I think so. It's a later bundle.
So the black and yellow agates are quite large.
Oh yeah, they are.
They're feature gemstones in any other design, but alongside these, there's facer beads. So
I think that's it. I mean, the thing with this one is scale. So if you could go for something really small, but I think for balance it needs to be a slightly larger stone.
I think I'd agree, because 43 by 33 millimetres, they are statement size, aren't they? And if you did put, you know, a smaller rondelle inside, it's just going to get lost in the design, isn't it? You need to be a little more confident.
Bit more, yeah, but yeah, brave was the word I was going to say for those that aren't used to it.
That's true. You know, a lot of people maybe emanate towards the more delicate designs, but actually when you take yourself outside your comfort zone, you tend to find out more about yourself as a designer, don't you? So
Definitely.
maybe take the plunge with this strand.
Exactly. Never be afraid to try something different.
That's the whole point of being a jewellery designer, and I have to say, these would go so perfectly with your outfit today.
They would, wouldn't they?
As a pendant, gold chain.
Yeah.
Perfect. Oh, we've got to bring the price on. I'm being told. Oh, I was not expecting that price point for this carat weight.
Wow.
300 carats for $7.95. No wonder we've gone global on this deal. No wonder we've got these heading off to both the continent and the States. And no wonder we've got so many multi-buyers. Clearly, a few people with a little bit of maybe a bit of clarity of vision here. Maybe people already can see the designs they're going to make. I mean, I'm thinking for the autumn, you don't have to do a great deal of work here. That's the thing. Even if you didn't maybe want to pile as many into a design, you could use one of these, suspend a gemstone in the centre on a longer chain down to the navel. That's a very contemporary look, but
it could all be pendants, really. I mean, you could do all sorts of things. I mean, you could weave fabrics and cords and things through them as well. Kind of have like an internal friendship bracelet for each of the gemstones. I don't know if that makes sense, but you know, like you can get like the little chevron pattern. You could actually probably get that inside the gemstone if you spent enough time doing it.
I've just done a quick guesstimate, and we've got 9 of these on this particular strand. You might find very subtle variations, so you might have 10 or 8, for example, but yeah, that basically allows you to create 9 individual designs for just $7.95. That's less than £1 per design on this strand. Can't say fairer than that. Huge number of people coming through on the phone lines, and a few people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. Please make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. And we're going to move on to another incredible deal. Congratulations if you have come through on the phone lines for that, and don't panic if you're waiting on the phone lines. There is a short queue, probably about 20-30 seconds, nothing to worry about, because it's a free phone number. You will be answered in the order in which you've dialed through, and we are going to move on because we've got a few more deals to bring you. Do you know what? Hold on, sorry, can I just make this much more streamlined? Because I just want to let you know we're going to carry on because we've got so many deals to fit in, and so therefore we're going to see the amazing Pete at work. He's going to bring in the 7 PM hour for us. Thank you very much.
First time I was on TV.
Say again, sir?
It was about this time last year that I started, wasn't it?
Was it? So you've been here for a year now, Pete?
Yeah. On my first time on TV, I was changing the boxes over.
There you go.
So there you
Now here you go. You've come full circle.
Probably in this shirt.
And here you are, a year later, wearing the same clothes,
I hope you've washed
changing
it.
the boxes. So there you go. He has changed since, I should just say. He changes his attire daily. It's just a coincidence. Okay, we're going to move on then. And we've got an incredible deal here, because these are the bezel set gemstones. So these really are considered by our elite jewellery makers to be the must-haves, if you like, because they instantly promote value and add value to your designs, but they're very, very high-end, aren't they? They're bezel set moonstone. So they're set into sterling silver. I was talking earlier about the idea of maybe hammering your sterling silver wire and shaping it around gemstone. Here, all that work's been done for you. And you've got a very traditional checkerboard faceting, which actually Hannah made reference to earlier with one of her favourite ring designs that she has in her personal collection. Here, you're basically ticking every box for top-end jewellery design and also contemporary jewellery looks as well. These are the kind of looks that, you know, people are drawn to at the moment. But the gemstone itself is a gemstone that has been revered for thousands of years. People have been drawn to this beautiful agile essence. You can see this shimmer on the surface of the gemstone. See it there. People have been drawn to that since 100 AD when it was first discovered by the ancient Romans and instantly set into jewellery design. Sometimes when we talk about the discoveries of gemstones, if we're going back thousands of years, they tended to use them for other uses. So, for example, lapis lazuli, for example, when it's first discovered, it was used for medicinal purposes. And then it was used for sort of makeup uses before it was set into jewellery. Moonstone was set into jewellery design since 100 AD. That's, you know, where we've dated it back to. So it's a very historical gemstone. But for me, that just goes to highlight how enigmatic genuine gemstones are. Why we as humans are drawn to this fantastic optical effect that moonstone actually possesses. Maybe I'm a little bit biased because it's my moonstone, my birthstone, and I love the white moonstone because it tends to be used in quite high-end jewellery. Because you've got that silver shimmer, tends to lend itself to high-end evening wear. I'm maybe thinking about more sort of winter-influenced evening wear, so for a Christmas event or a winter gala or something like that.
It could be all year round, really.
Yeah,
to be
of
fair.
course. Anything neutral is going to work,
Yeah,
I suppose, with any outfit.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what colour you're wearing, it's going to go with everything, so it's a no-brainer, that one.
There you go then. Perfect. Straight in the designer's mouth. A must-have item, that's how I described it as well. Now the actual pear-shaped cuts are perfect for so many different jewellery designs, particularly on the neckline, because they do elongate in that way and they tend to sit perfectly within the décolletage. They're 21 by 15 millimeters in size, so very distinctive size, set into 925 sterling silver. Once again, people are going to be expecting to pay a premium price point. Currently available on our website for £27.95. This does come from our Gems of Distinction range. Just have a look at the quality of that moonstone. I mean, you'd be hard pushed to find this quality in a boutique window, actually, on your white moonstone. You tend to not find as great a deal of azurescence, that shimmer that you see there, on your white moonstone, but here, very prominent on the face of the gemstone. It might be because of the way it's been checkerboard faceted. Of course, the greater the number of facets, the greater the play of light, and therefore on this gemstone, the greater the azurescence. Absolutely fantastic. And producer Liam just put £6 back in your pocket. So you could see that as your P&P dealt with, for example, or you might like to add that to another strand later on in the show. We've got clearance deals throughout the show, right up until 9 PM, of course. Right now, your bezel set moonstone available for just £21.95. We're going to move on. Do you know what? Even though from this angle I can't see the numbers, I knew which gemstone you're going to go for. We're just talking about optical effects, and this is fantastic. Have a look at the labradorescence on this. This isn't the same one as last night either, is it? It's slightly different. There you go. So you've got the same level of labradorescence on this that we saw yesterday evening, but slightly different base tone here, because last night we had a lot of these sort of stone greys, the pebble-like tones, and this evening these are more of the sort of forest greens as the base tone, if you like. Again, it's allowing the azurescence to come through with great effect. The electric blues. Oh, look at that there. See that? Almost a spectrum of colour there. The golds and the apricots. Almost a sort of rainbow of colour tones there in your labradorescence. Now again, we are a little bit limited in availability. This is, I suppose, because labradorite is our favourite gemstone here at JewelleryMaker. Not us personally, but that's the way our audience voted the last 2 years at our end of year award ceremony, which will be coming up pretty soon, and voting will start around November, December time. Whenever we have the vote on our gemstone, the actual category is called your favourite gemstone to work with. And so Yeah, so Vicky usually presents our awards ceremony. I'm not sure who'll be presenting it this year. I'll keep my fingers crossed. But the actual category, sorry, is known as your favourite gemstone to work with. But I think it might have been the 2nd of January that I put on Facebook, why? Why is it your favourite gemstone? So many people saying, it's the one I sell, I get most sales, more people buy this, people buy genuine gemstone when they see lavender essence. So really, I think we should have 2 separate categories this year. I might suggest this to whoever is in charge of the award ceremony. Your favourite gemstone and your most profitable gemstone. Because I think that's why labradorite keeps winning the vote. Because when people see the optical effect, they buy the jewellery design. And again, because of the size of the gemstones, you can be confident that you're going to offer people a huge carat weight, and you can be probably a little bit more economical with your time in the design itself, because the gemstone is going to do a lot of the talking for you. You can see that here, can't you? I mean, that's fantastic, because on this gemstone you've got these sky blue tones. On this one, a real variety of colour tones. I've got to show you now, sorry. There we go. Sorry, Director Reese. There we go. I'm just chasing the labrador essence around a little bit there, but you can see the rainbow tones. These range in size from 12 by 8 to 28 by 15. They're already flying out the door, and here comes your price point this evening. For 130 carats of labradorite, just $11.95. Unbelievable. I recently actually went to a sort of geological site, and I was looking at all of the items they had in their gift shop, and they had examples of labradorite in there that were probably about this size. In fact, they weren't polished to this extent, and they were a tenner.
Wow.
Yeah, honestly, they were cabochons, so they weren't the same shape. So just to be clear, they were cabochons, but yeah, am I underestimating? Okay, I'll go next size up, just to be fair. Maybe it was this size then. Maybe it was this size, just to be fair. But it was about that size. You saw the labrador essence, mainly blues, I have to say. You weren't getting the golden tones in it. And it was a cabochon, and it was a tenner. And they're trying to sort of promote it as a geological act, really. We're able to provide you with a huge strand of labrador essence here in the form of labradorite that ranges in size from 12 by 8 to 28 by 15 there. Look at the size of these gemstones. These 3 here. Feature gemstones, and we can be the whole strand for just $11.95. I mean, that one itself. Hugely impressive. I mean, you've got a little rainbow of labrador essence there, haven't you? The greens, the blues, the golds, the orange tones coming through there as well. This is something that's going to actually turn people on to genuine gemstones and make them realise why you work with the real deal, Mother Nature's creations, as opposed what is going on. I was expecting to see $9.95 and I was still going to be shocked. $7.95.
Wow.
Okay, where's my phone? Shall I dial it and see what? Oh, it's a race against time. Oh no! I started dialing the real call centre number instead of the free phone number. Oh well, we only had 20 odd. They're going to be a sellout after all. What was I thinking? Okay, missed out on that one. I won't make that mistake again. Here we go. I'm putting the free phone number on speed dial. Maybe you should do that. Because when you see one of the big 4, you know it's going to be in demand. You know it's going to lead to sales. So, you know, it's pretty much a no-brainer. And that's exactly what we're bringing you right now. 40 carats of emerald. Maze birthstone, again, it transcends birthstone jewellery because it's one of the big 4. This generally tends to sit alongside diamonds, rubies and sapphires as 4 of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, certainly associated with the most luxurious gemstone designs available. And here we've got the very delicate polished rondelles. This has been texted in by Corin. It says, I got mine ahead, na-na-na-na-na. Serves me right for putting a Redditch area code in instead of actually dialing the free phone number. Jeez, they're just winding me up tonight. 40 carats of emerald, one of the big four here, and look at the variation in colour tones. You've got those gorgeous pastel tones, once again, those apple greens ranging up into those more traditional emerald colours, and even the rich forest greens there. So again, it's almost like taking a little sort of global journey around the emerald mines. You've got the Colombian emerald tones, the Brazilian emerald tones and the Zambian emerald tones all in one strand. Not to say that we've sourced the emeralds from different locations, but just that these are the colour tones we'd associate with the different varieties. These rondelles are quite delicate. They range in size from 3x1 to 5x2. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. And if you do look at them alongside these, oh, look at this. Because you've got that consistency of colour in the chain, it's a fantastic combination. And if you do want to add the chain shoulder, we still have some limited numbers available, the details of which are at the bottom of the screen. But if you want to add this strand of emerald to your order, you need to act right now. We're limited in availability. You can understand why this has been in such demand. It's only previously featured on the show once prior to this evening, but we're already dealing with limited availability. 40 carats of emerald this evening, and here comes your price point. Under £10. I keep pulling that face where I'm catching flies. I don't mean to look so shocked, but it's a little bit alien for me to think of 40 carats of emerald for £9.95.
You just don't imagine to say emerald in the same sentence as anything that affordable.
Absolutely right. I remember selling emerald jewellery for $99.99 and being shocked.
Well, that's still really good value though, isn't it?
Absolutely. And I should just say, they didn't feature anything like 40 carats of emerald. So, you do the math, as they say on the other side of the pond. My producer's an English graduate, and so he just went in my I like it, Liam, I like it. There you go. So if you do want to add this to your order, please take advantage right now. I should just say, if you are new to us, the reason I say that is because I used to be a producer on our sister channel at Gems TV, so there would have been a different finish to the gemstones. Actually, probably the price point would have been inflated because it would have been hard for us to set emerald into sterling silver elsewhere. Traditionally, emerald is going to be set into precious metals such as 9 carat, even 18 carat gold, or platinum with some designers. Okay. I'm just going to be honest. Can I just tell everybody? My producer's shocked that this isn't a sellout deal, so he's gone even lower. He wants to see how many people are watching tonight. He can't believe what he's seeing. Now I can't believe what I'm seeing. Emerald for $7.95. Oh, I've just been waxing lyrical about giving people 40 carats for emerald, and my producer, I have to go along with your assumption. You just said, I just assumed that would be a sellout at under £10. I agree with you. What's going on? There you go. So basically my producer explained to me that this was originally launched at an exclusive price point of $7.95. He's honoured that now this evening. You know, in case anybody is thinking, well, it was launched at $7.95. We tried to be as fair as possible. That was intended to be an exclusive launch price, so it was taken up to the recommended retail price of $9.95, which is already ridiculous value for 40 carats of emerald. But, just to be fair, my producer has honoured the original price of $7.95. That is out of this world. That is totally amazing. So, Oh, that actually raises an interesting point, because that means that each 5 carats of emerald is available for £1. I happen to know that certain varieties of emerald sell for $5,000 per carat from some mines. Pretty much sums up what we do here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, doesn't it? What a price. Okay, we're going to move on. Oh, I'm going to put these alongside the emeralds, actually, because as soon as we lowered the price, as you can imagine, the phone lines lit up like a Christmas tree. It looks like it's going to be a sellout now. So many people coming through on the phone lines. Have a look at this for a combination. Purple opal and beautiful emerald.
Purple opal?
There you go. That's the exact response I expect to hear from a jewellery designer.
I've never seen it, ever.
Really?
Never seen purple opal.
There you go. Hannah used to work as part of the buying team here at JewelleryMaker, so that just goes to show the way we've expanded. Of course, you know, we do work in a completely different way than we did a few years ago. We've now got buying offices all over the world to ensure that we source top quality gemstones, some of the rarest gemstones on the planet. That obviously wasn't an opportunity available to us going back 2 or 3 years ago. So has never seen purple opal before. There you go.
Hand on heart, I've never seen it.
And you were a jewellery designer long before the invention of JewelleryMaker as well, weren't you?
I was, yes.
There you go. So as you can see, a very rare gemstone, not something everyone's going to experience, something quite unique, not just to buyers but also to designers. Love the variations in colour. It's very similar to the graduation of colour you see in Amethyst itself, isn't it? So actually, if you were to match this alongside any of the strands of Amethyst we saw in the previous hour, it's definitely going to work. Even the greens, because green and purple for me works.
Yeah.
Well, I've placed it alongside emerald, so you know that. I love this. I love this as a combination. You don't have to use these together, of course. Maybe you just want to put together a very special piece of birthstone jewellery for somebody who has their birthday next month. This is gorgeous opal. This is traditionally known as a common opal because you don't get that opalescence. Instead, you get the same gemstone, but you get this beautiful variation of colours, more opaque finish to the gemstone. Basically, amethyst and lavender purples as a banding across the surface of a gemstone. It is exquisite. A very sentimental gemstone, something that people tend to have some sort of personal association with. That's my experience of opal, working in the industry for nearly 7 years, and that just tends to be the way people react towards opal. 45 carats in total here. Again, beautiful graduation of sizes ranging from 4x2 to 8x5mm in size. It of course comes from our gems of distinction range. The only reason I say that is we actually are dealing with a very rare variety of opal here, so you would only expect to see this in our elite range of gemstones. And this is actually coming from Mexico is the location. We found this variety of opal. That goes to show how rare this strand actually is. Currently available on our website for $29.95. The reason I say that it's rare to find Mexican opal is I know that traditionally we find fire opal from that region, but we don't tend to find these alternative colour tones from that area. Of course, only 3% of the world's opals are actually sourced anywhere other than Australia. 97% of the world's opals come from Australia. So to actually provide you not only with an alternative variety, but from an alternative location, this is a very, very rare example of purple opal. One for the collectors, potentially, but also if you are an elite jewellery maker, how about this? We'll give you an exclusive price reduction. Only available for the next 60 minutes. And as ever, you have producer Liam to thank for this. A £10 price reduction, no messing about. 45 carats of purple opal for under £20 this evening. That works out at less than 50p a carat for one of the rarest varieties of opal on the planet. If you want to add this to your order, you know what to do. Dial the free phone number, click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. But if you are a jewellery maker and you've got personal commissions, you think this will work and you think you're going to be able to make your money back, dial very, very quickly, because I expect you to be in competition with our gemstone collectors on this particular strand. I know there's a lot of jewellery makers out there who actually rely on the Gems of Distinction range to develop their own personal collection of gemstones. We had a little bit of a competition one night, didn't we? And the first person texted in saying, oh, I've got 70 Gems of Distinction strands, and then somebody texted in saying, oh, I've got over 200, take that. Somebody texted in to say, I've got 400 Gems of Distinction strands, none of which they intend to even take the tassels off. This is their own personal gemstone collection. Gemology does tend to be one of those things that really sucks people's interest in. It tends to actually become a little bit more of an obsession than a hobby, doesn't it? I think most people are guilty of that.
It's a passion for Mother Nature, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why a lot of jewellery makers, when they do come across the channel, they stop using synthetics altogether, because they...
I did, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Just doesn't give you the same feeling, does it? A purple piece of glass and purple opal.
I feel like you're being cheated out of things now, because if it's not an actual genuine gemstone, it's like, well, why would I want that then?
Oh, nice.
It's just, I've become a gem snob.
That's what it is. That's what it is. You've basically taken on the ethos of the family that own the company, because they're massive advocates of using genuine gemstones. But, of course, our aim here at JewelleryMaker is to make genuine gemstones as accessible as possible. So we want to make it possible for you to work with genuine gemstones as opposed to synthetics. Not to detract from synthetics, but to appreciate Mother Nature's hard work, because I think this is where the real value in luxury jewellery design lies. We are going to move on. Oh, really? Okay. I reckon that these will sell out without me saying one word. Shall we attempt it? Actually, no, that's just going to do myself out of a job, isn't it? Okay, I'll say we've got fewer than 10 strands in stock, 150 carats of your clear quartz, 12mm sizes, 5 petal flowers. I mean, if you're making any bridal suites, they're going to sell out. Currently available on our website for $14.45. We're going to honour a previous low, under £10. To anybody working on a bridal commission, or maybe, I'm thinking, I know it sounds a little bit sort of quaint, but flower girls, little hair sliders, little hair comb for a flower girl.
It's not quaint, it's lovely.
Well, I just think because they're flowers, but that's all right, isn't it? Alongside pearls, I mean, we launched some beautifully feminine pearls last night for $6.95. Alongside these.
Wow.
I know.
Gosh.
No, we haven't. Okay, so the quantity you can see is only based on confirmed purchases, but we've probably got about 10 people in their basket already, so we're going to move on before we disappoint people, but someone's going to miss out, I'm afraid. You've got to be quick. Moving on, sorry. Oh, in fact, it's time for another star buy. So the lace we have is coming up at 8 PM, so this is going to be our next star buy. Less than 30 minutes before we bring this lace. This is going to be a sellout deal this evening based on previous sales. This is back by popular demand. If you are somebody who tends to lean towards bridal designs, that's a must-have. It's coming up at 8 PM. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, more incredible deals leading up to the 8 PM star buy, the launch of our gorgeous lace segment, so don't go away.
New to polymer clay? Then why not come and join guest designer Debbie Bulford and be introduced to this creative medium? Debbie will guide you through the basic techniques of creating bead shapes, canes, pendants, feature beads and much more. The full course includes black and white clay, a colour clay pack of your choice, use of all relevant tools, a buffet style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a visit to the Gemstone Museum and our shop. And all this for just $64.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. JewelleryMaker, bringing out the designer in you.
This week, JewelleryMaker is offering an amazing wirework deal for all our customers. This bumper pack has everything you need to get started in wirework or to simply stock up on your essential tools, including an array of different gauged wire, 5 DVDs for all different levels, a hammer and block, a gizmo, the wire twisting tool, nylon jaw pliers and the wire wrapping jig. This is an offer not to miss out on. All of this for just $49.95. To get your hands on this limited edition offer, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Join guest designer Debbie Kershaw for the introduction to stamping DVD. Debbie will guide you through many techniques including basic stamping, spacing, multiple wording, stamping onto metal blanks and polymer McKay. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with JewelleryMaker.
Welcome back to the Late Show here on JewelleryMaker. Very, very exciting times because back by popular demand are our little lace segments. Now you get 5 individual designs of our lace and they're all coming up for you in about 20 minutes time, so not long to wait for this launch at all. But if you're not on the lines early, as ever, expect to miss out. We only ever have a limited number of these items. We have been lucky enough to get them back in stock, but we expect them to sell out very, very quickly. We will start our star by slightly early to make sure that we give you the optimum opportunity to get on the phone lines. Make sure you are tuned in with phone in hand from 5 to 8 onwards if you want to get hold of the lace. I expect it to be a sellout deal. We're moving on though, and we've got a lot of deals to bring you before we launch that lace. One of which is this gorgeous strand of chalcedony. Perfect rounds, 8mm in size, and very reminiscent of probably one of the most appreciated and well regarded varieties of agate on the planet. Beautiful blue lace agate. Has the exact same banding, very, very similar, almost identical to blue lace agate. I always think of the banding as looking like sort of cloud formations in a gorgeous sky blue sky. And you've got those similar colour tones, haven't you, from this strand of chalcedony. These are 8mm rounds, so perfect for some of our more popular design ideas, maybe the macrame bracelets, for example. And if you do want to take advantage of these, I'll tell you, we have got a Topaz bundle coming up at the end of the show as our superstar buy. I'm thinking these alongside would look perfect. Look at that. Love that combination, because then you've got the range of blue tones there, from the sea greens to the sky blues to the icy blues. So that's coming up as our star buy. That'll be a promotional item at the end of the show. That'll bring our show to a close this evening. I was just thinking of ways you can integrate it into your designs, because you've got the perfect rounds. Might allow you to work with some of the more extravagant cuts. Beautiful rounds here, 8mm in size, and again the Gemstone's doing a lot of the work for you because you've got that very distinctive banding. If you want to get involved with this particular deal, unfortunately, as ever here on the Late Show, we are very limited in our availability, so you need to be on those phone lines quickly to avoid disappointment. 150 carats in total, and here comes your price point. $9.95. I already had a few people coming through at JewelleryMaker.com. The price is instantly displayed on our website, something that we can't get around, I'm afraid. So if you are shopping via the phone lines, I would dial up the second you see something you like the look of, because otherwise the entire quantity could be allocated to people's baskets by that point. Of course, that doesn't secure the item for you if you are shopping online, and you do need to ensure that you check out to avoid disappointment, because if you place an item in your basket and somebody phones up, your strand of blue, I was going to say blue lace, I get that. Your strand of blue chalcedony, sorry, could be allocated to their order. So, you know, all I'm saying is the second you see something you like the look of, please make sure you add it to your order. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk involved. I don't want to put any unnecessary pressure on anyone, but I don't want anybody to miss out either. $9.95 for 150 carats of gorgeous blue chalcedony in your 8mm round. So we're going to move on. And, ooh, more of this very popular blue tone, this time in the form of aquamarine. So these are probably more moving towards the icy blues, if you like. Still some sky blue hues coming through from the strand. Another very, very popular gemstone. Another very, I suppose, luxurious gemstone, because it does have those associations with the beryl family, so rubbing shoulders with the likes of emerald and morganite, generally seen as a luxurious gemstone. And here you've got faceted rondelles, so again you've got a great number of facets on the surface of a gemstone and a broader finish than we'd normally see on a rondelle. Generally they tend to range in size from, say, 2x1 to 5x3. These start at 5x3 and they range up to a very significant size of 9x4mm, giving you 70 carats in total. This is actually March's birthstone, but again, I hate to keep saying this, but it does seem to me that aquamarine is another gemstone that doesn't necessarily belong only in birthstone jewellery. Yes, March babies are going to be drawn towards it, but it does have a little more prestige than that. It used to be the traditional gemstone for engagement rings, and it's also associated with the 19th wedding anniversary. So, quite prominent associations within the jewellery industry, if you like. 70 carats of aquamarine here. And the other interesting thing for jewellery makers out there is that you've got your little base metal spacers. They're silver in tone, and those could help you within your design process with this gemstone, or of course maybe your spacers in another design. Never throw anything away, of course. 70 carats of aquamarine, March's birthstone, coming from our Gems of Distinction range, top quality aquamarine. And here comes your price point, or rather here comes the price you should be paying. And in 60 minutes this is the price point you will see on our website, but right now we are going to provide all of our loyal viewers with a very impressive price reduction. We're taking this down to Bargain Town. 70 carats in total of aquamarine, and they're available right now for $9.95, under £10 for 70 carats of aquamarine. Please take advantage of this deal if you are watching right now, because I can't see a time when we're going to be able to take aquamarine of this quality back to this price point. It might happen, and of course as our buying power improves, we always try to provide you with the most competitive prices on the market, but I have to say aquamarine at under £10 is almost unheard of. Is this a gemstone that you would be drawn towards, Hannah?
Aquamarine? Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the ones that, again, that people instantly know what it is if you talk about it. So if you can say, oh yes, these are my designs, and they include aquamarine, you've got an instant, you've got what?
Oh, okay.
You know,
so it's,
yeah.
It has that same quality that Amethyst might have in a craft fair scenario. Yeah, definitely.
It's got that kind of prestige that you need, I think.
Okay, brilliant. So there you go. Instantly adding value to your designs. And of course, right now, you're getting this with a 33% reduction on the price point. That's just because my producer's feeling in a generous mood. So if you want to add this to your order, please dial early. Maybe you know somebody who has got their 19th wedding anniversary coming up and you want to create a special piece of jewellery for them. Why not? At £10, you can afford to do what Jean Ann has done and multi-buy the strand. So congratulations if you are grabbing this and taking maybe more than one strand, because of course I can't guarantee it will ever return to this price point. 70 carats in total. In fact, I can't guarantee it won't sell out tonight at that price point. Congratulations if you're coming through on the free phone number, and if you have placed it in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. We're moving on. And, oh, I think I might have put something in the wrong place then. Oh, okay, sorry. I was thinking, oh, have I put the purple label somewhere I shouldn't? Actually, again, this is a very versatile gemstone, but very distinctive at the same time. Maybe two things you wouldn't normally associate with a gemstone. You're either going to think of it as being quite eclectic and going with a lot of things, or you're going to think of it as being very individual. This is ticking both boxes for me, because you've got that unique banding, which makes each and every gemstone potentially a feature of a design. Look at that. That almost looks like a flower pressing, like a little rose or something. Well, that's certainly what I see. I'm sure there's people at home saying, no, I see this, no, I think that. So that's the beauty of working with genuine gemstones, and each and every one completely individual. But if you look at the strand as a whole, very versatile colour tones. Again, more of those neutrals, if you like, because you've got the storm cloud greys, the sort of charcoal tones, as well as the earthy colours, the browns and the golden tones. So can't go wrong with this, especially when you're dealing with perfect rounds, 12mm rounds, so large enough to make a significant impact in your designs without detracting from the sort of showcase gemstones, if you like, the larger carat weights. We've actually got 350 carats on this strand alone, so very, very impressive. Botswana agate tends to be very popular with our expert designers. I suppose it's because they're having so many different gemstones and design ideas thrown at them that whenever you get something this versatile, it sort of brings a calming or more serene brief to the design concept, if you like. And I know that Botswana agate is very popular with, well, Debbie Bolford, Jemmy Crow. Hannah, this would go with your outfit again. Do you like a bit of Botswana agate?
I do. It's a bit like a breath of fresh air, because it's so versatile in the sense that you can separate it if you want to, or you can mix it up if you want to. But it's whatever colour you pick from it, they're all neutral tones. So again, they go with so many things as well.
Absolutely, there you go. Versatility, a key factor in the design process. 350 carats in total, your 12mm rounds this evening. And here comes your price point. $11.95. Absolutely incredible price point for this huge carat weight. And as I say, the gemstones themselves are quite a distinctive size. They're 12mm plain rounds. So you could potentially use these as feature gemstones in the design, couldn't you, Han? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, well, you could do. I mean, if you did something like, you know, when Laura Binding did a caged bead.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So get some silver wire and then encase your favourite bead, and then have another one sort of dropping off the bottom of it, and make a real sort of focal point.
And that way you can use the same technique for multiple designs, but each one's going to look completely different.
They'll all look different.
Yeah, that's a great idea. There you go. $11.95 for 350 carats of Botswana agate. And if you want to get involved with that deal, as ever, you can get involved in the usual ways. We're going to move on because we have got a lot to get through. Now. Really? Okay, brilliant. I love when my producer gives me these little nuggets of information, and we can only really know about this once we go live, because this is where my producer can access previous information about the products. And so he's just telling me that he's not 100% sure of the reason why, because when he's putting together his shows, we're all very, very engrossed in what we want to put into our own individual shows. So he doesn't know exactly why the price point has been lowered on the Easy Not At All. And I'm sure there's some of our audience members out there who were watching the Designer Inspiration Show where it happened, for example, and they know why. We don't know why, but all we know is we can honour the price reduction. Now this is your Easy Not At All. Oh, I'm sorry, you can see how sturdy the tool is now. Yeah, this is a plastic tool, so this allows you to create the knotting effects that you would traditionally find on pearl strands, I suppose, but actually become a bit of a feature. And this allows you to distinguish how far in between you're going to place each knot. So this is a traditional effect that we see on pearl designs, but it has been used to great effect with other gemstones now as the art of jewellery making has expanded. This is your easy knotter tool. It has been created by Beadsmith. They're the manufacturer, tend to be considered as sort of the Rolls-Royce of crafting tools, if you like. So you know you're onto a winner with this. Beadsmith Easy Knotter Tool, available right now for $17.95. Really? Oh, I thought that was the reduction. Sorry, I've lost the plot here. He hasn't even done the price reduction yet. I could just see how many people added to their order. I thought, oh, wow, down to $17.95. We're about to take the price even lower. If you've already come through on the phones, don't panic. You're all going to pay the same final low price. And if you were in two minds, don't be. We're about to take this down to the lowest possible price, honouring a previous reduction. We don't know why, but this has been lowered to $11.95. You can see how easy it is to just tie your knots around here. This will hold everything in place. The Easy Knotter tool down to $11.95. Now this is a previous reduction. We're honouring it this evening, but as ever, it will only be available for 60 minutes. So around about 10 to 9, if there are any of these remaining in stock, it will return to the original price of $17.95. Beadsmith Easy Knotter tool, available right now for the reduced price of just $11.95. So if you want to get involved with this deal, please dial early to avoid disappointment. Very, very impressive deal there. Just $11.95. We're going to leave this one with you. We are going to move on to the next, is that correct? Unbelievable number of people coming through on the phone lines for this, and you can understand why when we're taking the price down on our essential tools. You know that the tools themselves allow you to work to more exacting standards, allow you to be more confident in the finish that you're going to be able to create working with these tools to create your jewellery making designs. We'll leave that one with you and we'll move on. Another impressive deal. I think this is going to be popular with our jewellery makers. Oh dear, there we go. Have a look at these. I think these are going to fly out the door. Beautiful slabs of agate. For once, I do agree with that classification. These would go so perfectly, not only with your traditional amethyst, but imagine if you got hold of that purple opal. Those could form the perfect spacer beads in between a very gem-heavy design here. Maybe purple's just your favourite colour. We know that it is the favourite colour of the majority of our audience, and so maybe you're just drawn towards this colour tone. You've got fantastic variation between the amethyst purples and the lavender tones. I love the banding here. And this is how agate actually naturally forms. Yes, it would have gone through a dyeing process to provide this colour tone, but it's actually the sort of porous nature of the gemstone, the way that the crystal actually forms, that allows the dyes to actually come through in this beautiful way. You can see this actually. I've got a natural agate geode right here. This is from my personal collection. You can see the variation of colours and the banding and how it naturally takes place when the gemstone's occurring. So this is how it would naturally form, although we have actually dyed this into the purple tone. So we've provided dyeing agent into the treatment of the gemstone, but because of the way the crystal actually forms, it still allows that natural banding to come to the forefront of your design. These are, for me, focal points of any design. Probably pendants, but of course maybe you are creating quite a gem heavy asymmetrical design and you want these to be the feature of the piece. On the neckline, these are going to absolutely draw the eye, aren't they? Gorgeous variation of colours there. Actually, some of these are actually offering you more of a sort of fuchsia tone than a lavender. You see that there? Even pinks coming through, as well as your violets and that rich amethyst purple as well. You just can't go wrong with this particular strand. Very definitive facets on the surface of the gemstone. You can see that. Look at that there. So that allows the play of light to occur, but also shows the significance of the carat weight. Quite a subtle variation in size, but always important to be accurate if you are creating your own designs. So they range from 32 by 25 to 34 by 27. So I'm talking about a couple of millimeters here or there. Let's have a look at the price point then for 850 carats of purple agate with those quartz crystal inclusions for just $12.95. You might find that you actually discover a little bit of druzy within some of the slabs. I've just found some. Look at that. And as I say, this naturally occurs. It's not as though we've had to create this in any way. This is Mother Nature's hard work. You can see that does naturally form. I should just say, this isn't available. This is my own personal geode, but it does go to show the way agate forms, doesn't it? And the druzy formation. Sam on cameras is saying, you'll give that to me, won't you? No, absolutely not. Sorry, Sam. But I do love that. Actually, what about the combination of the colours? So, you know, if you have got some deep blue tones in your collection, these will go alongside the purples rather well, wouldn't they, Han?
But those two and then the dark green from earlier, it's like a peacock.
Oh, you know what? I went out for dinner earlier in the week, and my local actually has a little peacock roaming around in the beer garden. And even though I've seen it probably every day for the last 4 years, I still can't help but appreciate, always drink responsibly, I still can't help but appreciate the iridescence of the peacock's feathers.
They're stunning, aren't they?
They're amazing, aren't they?
Absolutely beautiful.
Spectacular, and you're right, actually, the combination of a little bit of green in there. How about, you could, I suppose at the price point we offered you, you could even include emerald. So that might work as well. Fantastic. Emerald and purple agate, that's a pretty impressive combination, isn't it? Okay, I've got to move on because we've got so much to fit in. Oh. So similar finish, similar carat weight, similar sizes, but more of a contemporary colour. Rather, I always think as purple as quite elegant, quite classic, but here you've got that hot pink, that fuchsia tone that I'd normally associate with contemporary design. Would you go along with that, Han?
I think so.
The fuchsias for contemporary design, Jen?
Yeah, yeah.
And you've got the high polish finish here rather than the faceted finish. So.
Yes, yeah. I always think fuchsias go great with things like monochrome colours. So if you've got black, white and grey and then a hot pink, I think that looks great.
Absolutely agree with you. I tend to wear my pink cufflinks with my grey and blacks.
Very smart.
So I have to
Very
agree.
smart.
This is probably, rather than a pastel shade, it is a hot pink, it is a fuchsia tone, and you've got over 600 carats. So again, very impressive carat weights on each and every gemstone, very impressive sizes. They range from 40, they are 40 by 25 millimeters in size, quite uniformed on these rectangular shapes. If you want to get involved with this deal, you need to be on the phone lines early, because the price you can see right now on our website is not going to be the price we offer you this evening. Once again, my producer offering you an exclusive price reduction only available for the next 60 minutes. We're going to lower that price down from $10.95 to $8.95. Very, very impressive. I know that, you know, some of the smaller savings, if you are dealing with very, very large turnovers as a jewellery maker, might not be considered as impressive. But if you're a hobbyist who's just starting out as a small business, these kind of price reductions actually allow you to work on smaller margins yourself, to create more affordable jewellery and to get the word out about your jewellery design. Because of course, you don't need to put all of these into one design. These can be used as pendants or as certainly as feature gemstones. And so when you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on your strand on average, that works out at less than £1 per pendant. You'd actually probably find it quite difficult to source traditional pendants which aren't genuine gemstones for less than £1. So this is a hugely impressive deal. As always, you have our producer to thank for our price reduction, but it's only available for 60 minutes. I've got to move on because it is now time to launch, or I should say relaunch, our lace segments as a star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Now, my producer just said in my ear, do you think everybody's ready? Whether you're ready or not, start dialing the free phone number. I know I'm going to get in trouble from the call centre for telling you to dial in before the graphics are on screen, but the second the graphics do hit the screen, I'm going to probably see about 100 web buyers allocating these to their order. So please start dialing the free phone number now to make it as fair as possible. If you're not on the lines early, expect to miss out. Don't hold it against me. That's just the way it goes. It's very, very popular. They're going to be in high demand, especially for people who are working on bridal commissions. You can see how these will sit very, very beautifully into those pieces of elegant jewellery, or even maybe some of the mixed medium pieces. We talked earlier about some of the designs our lovely tech op Sam had suggested. She's actually seeing these as quite almost gothic like designs, because she's advocating the idea of using these in Halloween style designs, maybe in that sort of gothic or vintage style. You're saying to in the white it could be quite bridal, but in the black it can look very sort of haunting. And Hannah has started to work on some designs that might emulate that look. Yeah. Oh, there we go. So Hannah's already able to show us that to great effect. I have to warn you, these are flying out the door. You get all 5 as part of this deal. Proved to be popular in the past. In fact, they were a sellout deal. You can see everything you're going to get there. And this is Sam's idea, and it's been sort of envisaged by Hannah. Is that fair, girls? You like that? Yeah.
I could imagine that actually as the end of a bridal sleeve.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. That would be very pretty.
We saw some techniques from Sheila last week where she was doing knitting, crochet work to actually work pearls into fabrics.
Yeah.
And so pearls on this, I mean, that is a classic combination, isn't it?
Definitely.
Certainly for brides.
Stitching gemstones onto it is definitely the way to go. But also, if you can stiffen the fabric slightly, then you can use it for more sculptural pieces. So I don't know. An old way of doing it was using hairspray, but I guess there's probably a number of ways of stiffening lace these days. So I'm afraid I'm not an expert on how to do it.
But you can still appreciate how versatile they are and how traditional they look.
Yes,
and that's
definitely,
the beauty.
Definitely.
We've got a few different designs that we've seen previously here on JewelleryMaker of ways these have been maybe incorporated into designs. And of course, these are more traditionally suited to certain designers. So if you are somebody who likes to incorporate mixed mediums into your jewellery looks, these are going to fit the bill, aren't they? Maybe you work on, predominantly more sort of bridal-based designs. These are going to fit the bill. And you can see how you can really embellish these to create very intricate and sort of dramatic designs, really, quite theatrical-looking designs. That looks spectacular. They almost look like the Topaz that we've got coming up as our superstar buy there, placed onto that design. See that? Same colour tone, isn't it? Fantastic. Lots and lots of people. Oh, sorry, this is my Apatite. Topaz. Oh, yeah, it's Topaz that's alongside it. What's wrong with my brain this evening? There you go. So your Apatite and your Topaz coming up in around about 45 minutes, and not long to wait for this deal. But yeah, it looks like the Apatite alongside the blacks there. For me, it's all about the intricacy of the lace work, isn't it? I think that's why people are drawn towards lace. Very elegant, very feminine looks that you're able to create. And And if you did want to use Sam's idea of using these to create almost a structural piece, some of our customers are suggesting that you actually soak these in PVA and water solution, and then they stiffen up, and then that allows you to create that structural piece.
Because it almost sort of plasticise it slightly
Yes.
then, wouldn't it? What a great idea.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I might be
There you
trying
go.
that.
There you go. You've inspired the designer.
Yeah.
We're working back to front here, aren't we? That's great, actually, because of course a lot of our designers do have very specific disciplines they work within. If ever you have a top tip to share with us here on JewelleryMaker, I always say it's not our show, it's your show, and we do have a very community feel to JewelleryMaker, isn't there? So we've got around about 40,000 people on our Facebook site, all sharing ideas and designs all day long. And if you've got ever you want to share your ideas live on air, then simply text through. The number is 60777 and just start your text with the phrase Gem Studio. Alternatively, if you're logged in at jewellerymaker.com, just click the message box and whatever you type will come through to the producer's screen. I should just say, we haven't even put the price point on the screen. Already a huge number of these have already been allocated to orders under £10. And these are 5 individual lace designs, you can see that. So you've got the floral influence here, sort of rose-like feel. Again, that's sort of inspired by Mother Nature with the sort of floral-like feel. These are a little more traditional. Although they do still have a floral motif, these are, I would definitely associate this with a piece of bridal wear. We've seen Sam's great suggestion about how that could almost form the sleeve or a glove on design, and then that is again floral inspired but quite a traditional feel to it. £9.95 is the price point for these 5 individual styles of mixed white lace here, back by popular demand. When we first brought these to you, they were a sell-out deal, and again tonight they have proved to be very, very popular. If you want to add this jewellery, you need to be dialing that free phone number now. If you've got them placed in your basket, check out to avoid disappointment. And I have to say, if you've already got an order up and running, then all you've got to do is simply click to buy now, and you can add these to your 1 P&P per day. You don't have to use them in this very traditional sense. You can actually potentially trim the designs and use them, you know, incorporate them into a more intricate design, or maybe use them in choker designs. We saw earlier on actually Hannah had created a choker design, but there again a dyeing agent's been used to create a more contemporary feel here. You can see here Hannah's actually set one of them onto a chain to create a choker style necklace design. It's a real feature piece, isn't it?
See, there's just a little S-clasp, just because it was a quick fix kind of thing. But yeah, just a piece of chain on the back.
Incredible, very intricate, very traditional, I suppose, very vintage. Oh, that one looks gorgeous, doesn't it?
Stunning.
I'm thinking this one would work well for that design. Same style, isn't it?
Yeah, very
so
similar.
It will drop
yeah.
in the same way. So if you do want to add these to your order, they're available right now for £9.95, an exclusive launch price for us this evening, backed by popular demand. Maybe you're watching right now and you know a jewellery maker who predominantly receives bridal commissions. If you want to make a friend for life because you know they're out the country or they're out tonight, or I don't know, they're watching the karaoke competition, add these to your order right now for £9.95. Maximise on your 1 P&P per day. £9.95 is our exclusive launch price this evening. 5 different styles, so that means you're getting these for £2 a piece. I think you'd be pushing it if you walked into a haberdashery shop and asked for these segments of lace for that price.
Yeah, I think you'd be hard pushed.
Absolutely. Also, not criticising them in any way, but all those shops tend to be independently owned and they tend to work on, you know, much lower margins, so it's more difficult for them to appease their customers at these price points. Of course, we have much larger buying power here at JewelleryMaker, so we can offer you wholesale deals. even on these intricate pieces. Under £10 for 5 lace segments there, and some of those are very, very sizable, very impressive. If you have got this place in your basket, I have to warn you, we've got a queue on the phone line, so don't take any risks. Make sure you check out your baskets to avoid disappointment. We are going to move on, and as I say, coming up at the end of the show, as our star buy, is this little combination of your beautiful Topaz and your Apatite together. Have a look at this combination of blues. They're going to end up being very, very popular, especially, well, popular all year round, but especially as we move into the winter season, these are going to be must-haves. Coming up at the end of the show, so not long to wait at all for this deal. We're going to move on. Ooh. Now, this is a clearance deal on a traditional gemstone, but with a contemporary finish. So, ticking both boxes here. Luxury size of cultured pearls. $19.95 per strand for 10 by 9mm pearls. These are shocking pink. That's the only way to describe them. Very, very vivacious colour tone there. Perfect for contemporary designs, or of course you can actually tone these down. Maybe you want to set them alongside the pearls that you've added to your order over the last couple of evenings. Maybe the dainty sort of 5x6mm white pearls, just to help to give it a more traditional feel, if you like. Or maybe you want that impact from your shocking pink tone. Normally $19.95 per strand. These strands certainly long enough to be used along the neckline, so all you need is a clasp, and you've got a sellable piece of jewellery in my eyes. As I say, normally $19.95 per strand, which would make it $39.90 any other day. As we know, there has been a decrease in the production of cultured pearls over the last few months due to new legislation. We're trying to honour our original price at $19.95. That's exactly what we're doing. But tonight, as a clearance deal, we're going to provide you with a very, very special price. We can only do this because we've created a double deal, and it's available right now for $24.95. So buy one, get one for just £5. If you want to take advantage of that deal, if you want to get genuine cultured pearls for the equivalent of £5 as part of this bundle deal, then dial the free phone number right now. And again, I did say this last night, but before anybody dials up and says, yeah, Ed said I could have a strand of pearls for £5. Only if you invest in this bundle deal, because it should be $39.90. Right now it's $24.95. So very, very impressive reduction there, saving yourself £15 on a colour tone that I think, once again, you'd find it very difficult to source elsewhere. You don't generally find pearls in this gorgeous colour tone, and you still get the same effect from the finish on the gemstone, that gorgeous pearlescence, but all for $24.95 this evening. Unheard of from other suppliers, but that's what we do here at JewelleryMaker. And we're moving on to another impressive deal. Wow, this is fantastic. Have a look at the colour tone here. So you get your pastel greens here. Actually, it might go alongside those sort of shocking pink tones rather well. Look at that. So this is your Peruvian opal, and this has actually been sourced from the original location. Whoops, sorry. Peru. You do find Peruvian opal in other locations, but sometimes gemstones will actually be classified or named after the location where they're originally discovered, and here that's exactly what we've got. Genuine Peruvian opal. Very similar colour tones that we'd see on Amazonite, for example. Those pastel tones, those almost aquatic shades, if you like, ranging from the greens to the blues. The reason I love this gemstone, again, is the banding. It makes every single gemstone completely individual, and when you look at the shapes and the facets, you can understand why that's so significant, because you can actually offer your customers very large carat weights in the designs themselves. They'll work in a variety of different designs because of the irregularity in the sizes and the shapes, Normally £9.95 per strand. I'm already perturbed by that price point, but we're about to give you a clearance deal. These range in size from 9x6 to 15x7. Coming from our Gems of Distinction range this evening, buy one, get one for £2 as part of a clearance deal. Again, only as part of this bundle opportunity. Normally you get 130 carats of Peruvian opal for £9.95. Tonight, get 260 carats for just £11.95. Maybe you know a couple of October babies. This would be a great investment. Maybe you're watching with another jewellery maker and you want to maximise on the saving, maximise on your 1p&p per day, taking this down to £6 a strand. It's a little bit ridiculous, but that's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We're proud to offer you the most competitive price on the market for some of the largest carat weights available. And when you think about October's birthstone being opal, people tend to emanate towards that pinfire, that traditional colour play. Again, sometimes working with an alternative variety can actually help to maybe engage your customer, maybe help them to see the gemstone in a different way and therefore lead to greater sales. 260 carats of Peruvian opal this evening available for £11.95. Very, very impressive clearance deal. And we're going to move on. This time, it's a beautiful amethyst. So we had a little bit of focus on this gemstone this evening because we had so many customers demanding that we brought more amethyst to you on the late show. We never want to disappoint, and producer Liam has put together a fantastic collection of amethysts this evening, I have to say. These, again, transcend the use of one particular gemstone because they actually lead you through the creative process. All of the hard work here for your design has been put into the gemstone by the lapidrist. These are hand carved into detailed leaf-shaped beads. And you can see the detailing on the surface of a gemstone. It's actually very prominent because of the depth of colour there, those beautiful amethyst purples. You do get a variety of toning there, the colour zoning from the traditional purple amethyst to the lavender tones there. But it's all about the carvings. These would be perfect on maybe a tiara design.
They look lovely as a cascade, like a tassel necklace, but or, like, have several of them on pieces of chain, and so they all move. And then it just looks really, really attractive. And
you could do that with either metallic tone as well, because amethyst sits alongside silver or gold so perfectly.
And rose gold with amethyst.
Yes, absolutely.
Very versatile.
You just can't go wrong when you're working with this gemstone. Maybe that's why it is so popular on the high street.
Probably, yeah.
There you go. So currently available for £7.95 per strand. Is that right? But we're not staying at that price point this evening. We're going to go even lower. No, £8.95 per strand. Is that not right? Oh, I was right in the first place. Sorry. £8.95. That's what I thought. I thought my maths was wrong on that one. Sorry. £8.95 per strand any other time. Well, for 100 carats, that's already ridiculous, isn't it? When you think that a very experienced lapidist has to sit down and hand carve each gemstone into that leaf shape, create that detailing on the surface. Buy one, get one for £3. You get 100 carats on each strand of amethyst here. It's amazing, isn't it? And you've got the traditional colour tones, so nobody's going to be able to sort of argue when it comes to what gemstone you're working with. They'll already be aware that you're working with one of the most well-known gemstone on the market. Just £11.95 for this particular strand. 200 carats in total of your carved leaf beads, 12 by 8 millimetres in size, for a clearance price tonight of £6 per strand, £11.95 in total. For me, and add it to your order price, you're always going to need amethyst. You're potentially always going to need the carved shapes, because they're going to, as I say, help to lead you through that creative process. A clearance price this evening of £11.95 for both strands, and I'm going to have to leave that on with you. If you are waiting in a short queue, don't panic, we're just busy this evening. Moving on. And another very feminine tone, another very traditional gemstone. This time we've got your pink quartz. Almost a sort of translucent effect from the way the gemstone has been polished, and it allows that sort of inner glow, especially when you're dealing with this beautiful pink colour, very, very feminine. Might work alongside the amethyst rather well, actually. Purples and the hot pinks. Oh yeah, that's fantastic. I like that. Because these almost resemble sort of like little rosebuds, so alongside the carved leaves that might work. You see that?
Yeah, if you've got some green amethyst from earlier as well, that would look lovely, because that kind of balances the tone a little bit.
Maybe the Peruvian opal. I haven't got green amethyst right now, but it's a similar colour tone, isn't it? There you go. Oh yeah. So then you've got Mother Nature's base tone in there as well, that gorgeous green colour as well. I know that this is going to be popular. It comes from our Gems of Distinction range. And anything from our Gems of Distinction range is representative of the highest quality we can source for you. This isn't a colour tone that you're going to find occurring naturally on many gemstones. So always important to stock up on your hot pinks whenever you get the opportunity. These range in size from 6mm to 9mm in size, and of course we're going to provide you with a clearance deal this evening. Normally $7.95 per strand, but tonight we're going to take these down to Bargain Town. Take them under £10 for both strands, so less than £5 per strand on this gorgeous pink coloured quartz. This is actually been coated, so that's why you're getting that inner glow, almost that beautiful finish to the gemstones. It's actually, I think, a really effective finish to a gemstone with such a vibrant colour tone. Often when we think about the pinks, we talk about femininity, and that's true of the pastel pinks or the baby pinks, but when you've got something like this, which I would describe as a more of a hot pink or a sort of Barbie pink tone, these tend to be used in more contemporary designs, so that coating is really useful, isn't it?
It's a powerful pink, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strong colour, so again, it's a more confident kind of colour.
That means that you could set it alongside of more of those sort of neutral colour tones. The base of black, for example, it's going to work brilliantly there, isn't it?
It's just statement colour.
Yeah. So you don't need anything else to do the talking. This gemstone comes straight to the forefront of the design. Yeah, I love that. Available right now for a clearance price, £5 per strand. So under £10 for the two of them there. Unbelievable. We are going to move on. We've got a lot to fit in. Have a look at this. Now, you can be forgiven for mistaking this for London Blue Topaz, because it is almost identical in colour tone, but I dread to think the price you'd have to pay if these were London Blue Topaz and these kind of carat weights. They're huge. They range in size from 14 by 10 to 18 by 11, and because of the irregularities in the size and the shape, they've been classified as nuggets, although I have to say they're not particularly organic in their finish. Very high-end, polished finish to the gemstones themselves. You can actually use these maybe in solitaire pieces, so you could again maybe make a feature of these gemstones, prong setting, solitaire rings perhaps, and then of course, as I say, you're offering your customers a traditional colour tone, something very sought after in the form of the London Blue colour, but this time in the form of quartz rather than topaz. So really, really beautiful colour tone, very popular, and again very versatile because it will sit alongside your more traditional and regal tones like your purples or your feminine colours like your pinks. So you can't go wrong when you're working with this. I mean, alongside gold metallic colours, it's going to look fantastic, isn't it? $19.90 would be your price normally for 150 carats, making it under £10 a strand any other day. But once again, it does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and because we've created a clearance double, we can provide you with a price reduction. So it should be $9.95 per strand. We're taking it down to $12.95 for the two. Buy one, get one for £3 this evening. Absolutely incredible for 300 carats of well, London Blue coloured quartz. It's the only way to describe it, because that is where this colour tone takes you. Instantly you're thinking about the most prestigious variety of topaz in the form of London Blue Topaz, because the colour tone is almost identical. Buy one, get one for £3 as part of this particular clearance deal. Once again, you've got that gorgeous coating on the surface of the gemstone which allows that pop of colour to take place. And once again, producer Liam has been very generous in providing you with a clearance price point. Buy one, get one for just £3. Very, very impressive for 300 carats of quartz. We are going to move on because we want to fit in another deal before we bring you our next star buy, which will be another wholesale bundle. And once again, we have got a very versatile colour tone here, because we've got your peach moonstone, but traditionally when we see the peach moonstone, it's very subtle in its colour tone, very feminine. Not this one, it's got those sort of satsuma or tangerine colour tones coming through on this peach moonstone, so quite vibrant. You still get the femininity and the subtlety on some of the gemstones, more of a sort of peachy tone, more traditional peach tone if you like, but on other gemstones you've got a greater saturation of colour, so it's a really interesting strand and a really interesting cut, because you've got your irregular squares here. They range in size from 5x2 to 8x3. These are used to great effect as spacers in a lot of designs I see, although you could make a feature of these, because a lot of contemporary jewellery designers are starting to use these more angled and dynamic shapes within their high-end jewellery collections. So it could be a way for you to sort of emulate some of those high-end looks, working with genuine gemstones, a very revered gemstone, with an optical phenomenon, but for a clearance price. Normally they'd be £8.95 per strand, but this evening, once again, from our Gems of Distinction range, buy one, get one for £3. Something doesn't add up here. 180 carats for £12 this evening, and I wouldn't even bother trying to find this kind of carat weight, this kind of quality, this finish for that kind of price point elsewhere, because you're going to be hard pushed to find it, especially when we can offer you 1 P&P per day and a 30-day money-back guarantee. So risk-free shopping experience, get them home, see them in the flesh, and that way you'll be able to maybe have a greater idea of how you're going to incorporate these into your designs. But this clearance price is only available for 60 minutes, so I wouldn't take too long in the decision-making process, especially if maybe you're planning on creating jewellery for a June baby and you want to give them their birthstone. This has to be the most feminine variety of moonstone. 180 carats available right now for £11.95. A must-have bundle for many, many jewellery makers. Very revered gemstone, and it's available right now for just £11.95. 180 carats in total. We're going to leave that one with you because it is now time to bring you another star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for another star buy, a wholesale bundle on this occasion, and you can see here what we've tried to do is actually emulate one of Mother Nature's personal designs. So we've actually called this Queen Bee, and it's quite a traditional colour combination for Mother Nature, not just in terms of bee. If you think about maybe like a sunflower, for example, that gorgeous sort of juxtaposition, if you like, between those bright golden tones and the depth of those jet blacks, and it works to great effect in jewellery design, doesn't it? Here we've got a fantastic graduation in the size of the gemstones, and we've got the striping here on your black lined agate, 130 carats there in your 8mm rounds. These are faceted, so again you get that play of light, that traditional sparkle, but you've got the monochrome effect. So you've got that monochrome effect from the gemstone. You don't have to use these together, of course. It's just, you know, traditional colour combinations, so we've put them together to provide you with a wholesale deal. Then we've got the jet black tone. Now we've got this in your 10mm agate. This gives you over 200 carats on the strand, but if you look closer you'll see a sort of frosted finish, so you don't get that traditional luster. Instead you get more of a toned or muted finish to the gemstone, if you like. I like that because it's going to make it suitable for a larger number of designs, if you like. It's going to make it suitable for work alongside a huge array of gemstones. Of course, anytime we provide you with those neutral colour tones, those base colours such as your blacks and your whites, you know you're onto a winner because it will sit alongside any other gemstone completely perfectly. And then to provide you with that traditional burst of colour, that golden tone, we've got your 12mm faceted rounds in the form of your agate as well, giving you over 300 carats on that particular strand. Now, we've put these three together because we believe it will provide you with a fantastic and complementary combination, and you can see here from Hannah's design just how well the gemstones themselves complement one another. That's sort of love this combination of colours. As I say, it's quite a traditional combination found in Mother Nature.
It's quite fashionable now, actually. There's a lot of sort of block colours seems to be coming out, and it's like the primary colours with black. So yellow is quite popular at the moment, so it's the current trend, I think.
There you go then. So we stumbled across a very contemporary trend there. Yeah. Without even knowing it. Or maybe my producer did know it, sorry, maybe I'm doing him a disservice. He just went, no. At least he's honest, that's what I love about Liam, at least he's honest. Yeah. You just said, do I look like I know about fashion?
Aww.
Of course. Can I just say, I've never been as honoured as to be considered. Walking alongside, here comes Jessie and Walt. I know which one I was. Okay, the Queen Bee selection here, the 3-strand pack, and I have to say one of the most impressive things here is the fact that you've got faceted rounds and you've got the larger graduation. So we often see the 4, 6, 8, for example, but here you've got the 8 as the lowest size, then you've got the 10 and the 12mm are the statement size, but with your little bit of colour band there, your gorgeous golden tones. If you do want to get involved, start dialing that free phone number. I mean, actually, when you think about black and gold, it's very it's sort of synonymous with evening wear, isn't it? As a combination, I think. It is,
yeah. I think you go back to the idea of luxury, don't you? When you've got black with something. For some reason, I think black is synonymous with elegance, and it's probably because it's the most slimming colour you can wear, so everyone feels they stand taller. I think.
I was just thinking about Audrey. Yeah, LBD.
Well,
maybe that's what it is. Sophistication.
Yeah, she's got a lot to answer for.
Can't believe she'll never be mine. Okay, let's have a look at the clearance price on this 3-strand pack. A star by deal. Whoa! I was not expecting to see that price point, honestly. For these sizes, if it was 2, 4, 6 mil, I'd let him off. But as usual, producer Liam walking the tight line between offering you the best value on the market and devaluing genuine gemstones here. 3 strands for $7.95. That is absolutely ridiculous, especially when you're looking at gemstones which actually are going to enhance your designs. They're going to make a significant impact on the look you can create. Faceted finish on each and every gemstone. You've got that colour back from your yellow agate. You've got that frosted effect on the black agate. And then, of course, you've got your monochrome effect on your white lined black agate there in your 8 mil. Very, very impressive. All available right now for under £8. If you want to get involved with that deal, you know what to do. Either dial the free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. But if you do place it in your basket, make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. Now, coming up in around about 20 minutes time, we have got your superstar buy, which on this occasion is a wholesale bundle. But I have to say, it's two of the most popular gemstones on the open jewellery market in the form of Topaz and Apatite. I mean, you can't go wrong there, can you?
They're stunning. Doesn't matter which one you pick. They're both beautiful, and to get them both together,
yeah, and they're very complementary, aren't they?
They are. They're absolutely beautiful. Go with so many different things as well.
Very popular with American jewellery design trends at the moment.
Are they?
Yeah, well, see, aquamarine's always popular in American jewellery design. Maybe it's because we get a lot of aquamarine from Brazil, so it might be a little bit easier to source if you're on the same continent. Apatite, massively popular. I see it growing in popularity at the moment with American designers. My theory is that you should invest in Apatite now before one of the celebs cottons onto this. As soon as it's seen on the red carpet, you won't be able to get it.
Before it becomes a tanzanite.
Yeah.
And starts disappearing.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great way of putting it. Yeah, exactly right. So this could be a fantastic opportunity to invest in two of the most popular gemstones on the American market, based on my own research. So don't hold me to that. If you're an American jewellery designer, don't be dialing up, telling me off. That's just what I've seen online when I've been doing a bit of research. A lot of Apatite in the designs. We are going to move on because we want to fit in as many designs as possible. And, of course, it's our job here on The Late Show not only to provide you with amazing deals on genuine gemstones, but also to make the hobby of jewellery making as accessible as possible. This is our sort of premise here at JewelleryMaker. We have always aimed to make the hobby of jewellery making as accessible as possible, and we do that by providing you with everything you need to get started for sort of bargain basement prices, if you like. I'd hate to use that phrase when I was talking about genuine gemstones, but when I'm talking about our toolkits, it's absolutely applicable, because the price you could pay for our large toolkit, which is a little more comprehensive than the basic toolkit, because you get a few extra items there and extra pairs of pliers, for example, you can actually pay a higher price point for one pair of pliers in other hobby shops, other crafting shops. I'd say that again from personal experience. I've been into the shops. You can be paying sort of $19.95 for a pair of pliers, flat nose pliers elsewhere. Here you get this whole toolkit for one very low price. So you've got the round nose pliers, the little snips, the flat nose pliers. You've got, again, you've got your sharper pliers there, and you've got the smaller flat nose pliers, as well as your cutters, your gemstone measurer. Actually, it's just a rule, really, isn't it? You've got your tweezers and scoop. You've got your bead reamer, with alternative heads for this little instrument here, the gemstone awl. So perfect. You've got everything you need. Actually, a lot of our expert designers have invested in our small toolkits, and they've used them for years and years until they actually see the large toolkit and they're like, I want one of those. Because, of course, you need the right tool for the job, don't you? And it helps you to feel more confident in the finish you can actually achieve. But also, I mean, that just looks very, very professional, doesn't it? Currently, this is available on our website, and always has been available at this price from day one here at JewelleryMaker, or certainly from the first day I started working on the channel. $15.95, which is hugely impressive. The basic toolkit is $9.95. You get all of these extras for $15.95. You get to feel like a real pro from the second you start to work on this hobby. Could be the perfect gift for somebody. But this evening, oh! I'm impressed. Okay, I used to be the sales manager of the channel. I'm just going to tell everybody, I had a rule when I was in charge, that was you weren't allowed to take the large toolkit to the same price as the basic toolkit. So the lowest price I personally have ever slashed this toolkit to is $10.95. My producer just said that rule may well still be in place. Who's taking it under £10? I would say this is the perfect gift. Maybe if somebody's thinking about taking up the hobby of jewellery making, or maybe there's a jewellery maker in your house and you've noticed that they've started to grow in confidence, maybe they've just started to sell their designs. When you turn up to your craft fairs, one of the things that will attract people's attention to your designs and to you as a designer will be your level of professionalism. And if people see this huge array of tools, they might think, oh, I wonder what that person's up to over there. Incredible array of tools here for £9.95. As I say, I have produced this show on many, many occasions over the last 3 or 4 years, and I've never taken the toolkit that low personally. So, actually, my director, who's just made a fantastic point, he's saying if you've got the small toolkit and you think, well, I've already got the small toolkit, surely I could get hold of the other pieces for the price. You probably pay more than £9.95 for just one of those tools.
Quite often you'd pay about £9 for one pair of pliers,
yeah.
and that's just basic level pliers.
I've seen the sort of industrial ones for £19.99.
Yeah, definitely. You'd be very hard pushed to get tools at that kind of price point. You really would.
I've got some people who are multi-buying this item, so maybe you want one for your workshop, one to take on location at your craft fairs, as it were.
Well, it's very useful just to have them kicking around, you know, because you never know when the mood takes you to make jewellery, and sometimes if inspiration
price, put them in your present drawer.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, there you go, yeah. So Sam's just saying, Sam's our tech op, and she's a very talented jewellery designer. She's starting to be receiving her personal commissions on a regular basis as well. She said she's actually seen round nose pliers in a famous craft store for £7.
Yep.
Just the round nose pliers. That sits alongside what you've seen in the past, Hannah, yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. So elsewhere, I don't know,
it's probably the same store, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It depends where you shop. As I say, I can never make a definitive pricing sort of comparison, if you like. I wouldn't want to anyway, because they'll just change their prices and make me look like a fool. But if you do go to traditional crafting stores or hobby stores or hobby crafting stores, then you might have paid close to this price for one pair of pliers. Who knows? The whole of the large toolkit for £9.95, certainly the lowest price we've ever seen, or I've ever seen. I bet when I wasn't watching, the producers used to do it, but I never caught them. Hopefully we won't get caught tonight. We're going to continue to bring you these ridiculous deals on some of your most popular items, and we do that now on these cultured pearls. Beautiful pastel tones here, perfect all season round, currently available for a ridiculous price point of £17.95. I mean, elsewhere, these would be considered luxury pearls. You'd be hard pushed to find sizes like this or this colour tone elsewhere. But at £17.95, that's already ridiculous. We're going to give you a very impressive price reduction this evening. So, congratulations if you press the red button for the karaoke competition, because you're about to get all the deals. Anybody who has left us, unfortunately, they're going to miss out. We've just put £5 back in your pocket for an essential item here, cultured pearls in a luxury size. Mint cultured pearls for £12.95. That is hugely impressive. They're going to make a massive impact, and I will share a little bit of my research with you. Mother of the Bride colour.
Oh, is it?
Yes. For the coming season. That's what the bridal magazine, the bridal magazine I was reading, I should say, in the office, was stating that this is the colour for Mothers of the Bride.
Fabulous.
Yeah, so there you go. A must-have, of course, pearls synonymous with bridal jewellery, and you can add these to your order right now with a £5 price reduction. So congratulations if you have stuck with us, because it gives you the opportunity to maximise not only on the profitability you can make, but also take advantage of our clearance prices and add to that 1 P&P per day. Dial your free phone number or click to buy now at JewelleryMaker.com. Luxury sized cultured pearls for £12.95. Moving on. Looking going to bring you a gorgeous strand of aquamarine. Now these are these classified as bicones or faceted rondelles? I never know how they're going to classify the cut. I sort of always think of them as a hybrid between, typical, neither, they're faceted wheels. You can't win, I'll tell you. I always think of them as a hybrid between a rondelle and a bicone. So faceted wheels, probably about accurate actually.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Because you get the dynamic edge, you get the traditional sparkle from the faceting, but you get that more traditional sort of interlocking shape that you'd associate with the rondelle. So ticking every box as ever. And once again, you've got this beautiful sky blue or icy blue tone that you'd associate with aquamarine, March's birthstone. And again, another very popular gemstone within the American market. They range in size from 7x3 to 10x4mm in size. They come from our Gems of Distinction range, representing the highest possible quality we can source for you, sourced by our Indian buying office. Currently available on our website for $11.95. Seriously? It's amazing. Look at the consistency of the colour saturation across the entire strand. Like gorgeous. It's probably in between a sky blue and a sort of icy blue there, so.
Yeah, it's not frosted, but you get that kind of feel from it, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. It might be because of the sort of silk-like inclusions that you get on aquamarine, similar to other forms of beryl, like morganite and emerald, where the inclusions actually enhance the colour tone, don't they? And like Hannah's saying, it almost gives it a frosted finish.
It goes very nicely with what I'm working with now as well. So.
You're currently working with our superstar bi combination, which is Topaz and Apatite. Oh yeah, well.
That's
it.
Scrumptious.
Look at that. That is the ideal addition, especially when you look at the clearance price. Wow. Faceted rondelles, wheels, however you choose to see them. $7.95. This comes from our Gems of Distinction range. It's the kind of price point I'd normally associate with the likes of jasper or agate, some of the more readily available gemstones. Certainly not a member of the beryl family. Wow. This is another gemstone that you do see on the high street, set into silver and gold, aquamarine. That is hugely impressive, that price point. $7.95. If you want to take advantage of that deal and you've placed this in your basket, again, I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but I do have a queue on the free phone number and I only have a limited number of these available, so I wouldn't risk it. That's all I'm going to say. Check out your baskets to avoid disappointment, and if you are waiting a queue on the phone, then don't panic. You will be answered very, very soon. I'm told it's about 20-second wait, so don't panic. Hopefully everyone will be successful on that deal. Faceted varieties of aquamarine there for under £10. $7.95 for 60 carats. Totally ridiculous, and no wonder people are multi-buying that strand. Never seen anything like it. Here we go, look at this. So one extreme to the other here, so we're going for those delicate faceted wheels to these large polished ovals. This is your sunstone, so again, perfect for the upcoming season in terms of the colour tones, those sort of peach tones that will work so well in those fall-like designs. But I have to say, these are probably going to be used as the focal point of a design, because they're just so large. They're 40x20mm in size. Again, I'll probably consider these to be used as pendants in many respects. I would, yeah. The other interesting thing about this gemstone, that on the face of it, it seems to be quite muted, quite understated, if you like, but the second you get a little bit of movement on the surface of a gemstone, you're going to be able to appreciate this almost glitter-like effect that Mother Nature has placed inside. Our studio light is not doing me any favours here. I can see it. I wonder if it comes through on this one. I'm getting a reflection of the lights right there. Maybe. Ah, yes, there it is. So you see those copper-like inclusions? Almost looks like glitter under the surface of the gemstone. I can see it, and it's so frustrating because I know it's not coming through on your screens. So it almost looks like glitter underneath the surface of the gemstone. You're going to have to take my word for it and use your 30-day money-back guarantee to get it home, because the strength of the studio lighting is making it almost impossible for me to show it. I'll have one more attempt. You see that on the outer edge, maybe? So yeah, those copper inclusions. I think that's pretty much highlighting it actually. So there we go. Glitter-like effect that you get from sunstone. Very, very popular gemstone. Again, very versatile because it will work in your feminine designs. It could potentially add a little bit of warmth to your autumnal designs. You've actually got over 400 carats of sunstone on your ovals here. 40 by 20 millimeters in size. And let's have a look at our price point this evening for this huge carat weight. Over 400 carats for $14.95, and this has only been on screen once prior to this evening. We're already down to limited availability. That effect that you're seeing there, as I say, is from the inclusion of the copper that actually provides the gemstone with its colour, but also those small fragments of copper actually provide this glitter or golden-like effect known as aventurescence, and very, very impressive gemstone. As I say, very versatile. And statement sizes here, 40 by 20 millimeters, all available for just $14.95. We'll move on. And we'll try and fit in another deal before we bring you our superstar buy this evening. Have a look at these. Faceted red tiger's eye. Again, perfect for the upcoming autumn season. But again, tiger's eye popular all year round because it does capture people's imagination. You get that optical effect from tiger's eye, and you can see it there. Sort of cat's eye-like effect. And on red tiger's eye, it's almost a little more dramatic because you've got the depth of colour, almost those rich ruby reds on the surface, or garnet tones, if you like, on the base of it. And then you've got those sort of strawberry reds in the chatoyancy, so it's quite dramatic, especially when you've got these faceted gemstones. Gorgeous finish. These are all 8mm puffy coins, 90 carats in total. And any time you're working with a delicate gemstone, you know it's going to add elegance to your design, but when it also offers you an optical effect and the versatility of having this very versatile colour tone, certainly for this season, I would think, you're ticking every single box with this strand of tiger's eye. You just can't go wrong. Faceted puffy coins, 8mm in size, giving you 90 carats in total. And as ever, we have got a late show price point for you. 90 carats for $6.95. We normally describe that as an add it to your order price. It's the lowest possible price that we can show you here on the live shows on JewelleryMaker. So if you've already got your order up and running, if you paid your $2.95, that will cover you right up until midnight for your P&P. And I have to say, where you get the depth of colour, that almost sort of red wine hue, it's more of a lustre that you're getting on the faceted surface of a gemstone. Hugely popular gemstone, and again, I've got a lot of multi-buyers coming through there, so again, congratulations if you've bought 2 strands, 3 strands, even 4 strands. So congratulations to Pamela, you got 4 of these heading your way. If you've placed it in your basket at JewelleryMaker.com, you know what that means. If the phone buyers are coming through to take 2 and 3, even 4 of these, you need to be checking out your baskets to avoid disappointment. $6.95 is your price point for this beautiful red tiger's eye this evening in your faceted puffy coins. They're 8mm in size, so even though they look quite delicate, they could have a big impact on your jewellery designs. I'll certainly say they go along with sort of more autumnal style designs. Another buyer coming through taking 4 of these. Margaret's got 2 as well. If you are placing these in your basket, please make sure you check out the phone buyers are adding these to their orders in large numbers. That's the beauty of a wholesale gemstone supplier like JewelleryMaker. Take advantage while you can. We're going to move on because it is now time to bring you our superstar buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time now for our superstar buy. This will be our final opportunity of the evening, your last chance to add to your order as part of our live broadcast. Don't forget, we'll have a selection of our morning shows or designer inspiration shows following the late show. But this is your last opportunity to take advantage of our clearance deals and add to your 1 P&P per day. Generally, our superstar buy will be an exclusive launch, but this evening, because of how luxurious these gemstones are and because of the saving we can offer you, we've chosen to provide you with these very, very popular gemstones as our superstar buy. Both strands do come from our Gems of Distinction range, again representing the highest possible quality we can source for you, and in 2 of the most popular gemstones available on the jewellery market. Sky Blue Topaz and beautiful Apatite. Such a luxurious look, and on the Apatite alone you have 45 carats of your faceted top drill drops. These are very, very easy to incorporate into your designs. Probably the more traditional cut when we first launched the Gems of Distinction range, and so over the last few years we have shown you, well, a vast array of ways to incorporate the top drill drops into your designs. It can be that you want to keep it simple, maybe with some of these more luxurious gemstones such as your Apatite and your aquamarine, your Topaz. You might want to keep it simple, you might want to create those matching sets of jewellery. However, when you've got 2 gemstones that complement each other in the way that in which these do, where you've got those sort of almost sort of lagoon greens or lagoon blues from the Apatite here, combined with the icy sky blues that you get from your Topaz, you can see why people might want to maybe approach this with more intricacy. But as I say, it will allow you to create hugely profitable jewellery because the cut is very traditional, the carat weights are very large, and the gemstones are very on trend. This is a luxury special where we have taken 2 Gems of Distinction strands, Sky Blue Topaz and Apatite, and we've bundled them together to create a wholesale deal. Now, the Apatite alone is pretty impressive in terms of its sizes. They range from 6x4mm up to 10x6mm, giving you 45 carats in total. Love the colour tones here because you've got that slight variation from the sort of slight neon hues, not classifying it as neon Apatite, but you do get a slight neon tone there, up to the sort of, as I say, sort of lagoon greens or seafoam greens. On top of that, we also bring you, I'm just going to show you this independently as well, the gorgeous Topaz, one of the most popular gemstones on the high street. November's birthstone, so it could be a useful time to be investing in this strand. Even larger sizes, ranging from 7x4 up to 14x8mm in the centre of this strand, and that gives you 100 carats of sky blue topaz. So not only are we offering you 2 of the most popular and luxurious gemstones on the market, but they also complement each other perfectly. A superstar buy deal this evening normally would set you back $44.90, again hugely impressive at just over £20 a strand for Topaz and Apatite. In fact, the Topaz alone would normally set you back $24.95. And this evening we're going to bring this to you at a rather ridiculous superstar buy price. Buy one, get one for £5. So buy the Topaz, get your Apatite for free. As I say, I've been doing a little bit of research recently and I'm finding Apatite to be very, very popular with American jewellery designers. So get in early before Apatite really becomes a force in the market, because of course we won't be able to get hold of it, no doubt. And if we do, oh, what's going on here? My producer seems genuinely perturbed there. Oh, he just fell onto the keyboard. He didn't know what was going to come up. This is the intended price, but it's already a clearance price. You're getting Apatite for the equivalent of £5 this evening. He genuinely just leaned on the keyboard and almost had a nervous breakdown. Yes, £29.95 for the bundle here. So we're talking about less than £15 for 100 carats of blue topaz and 45 carats of sky blue topaz. Now we better go over and see what Hannah had created with these designs. I didn't realise we're under so much pressure. Sorry, it went from being 3 minutes left to 1 minute left.
That's all right.
Very, very quickly there. So you've kept them quite simple. You've allowed the gemstones to do a lot of the talking here. Yes,
yeah. I mean, I think because they're so beautiful, they're faceted wonderfully, and just put them with a little bit of silver chain and they just sing, don't they?
Oh, absolutely. These icy blue tones crying out to be set into silver, aren't they?
It's beautiful.
Absolutely
really
fantastic. This is the one I love. This one here. So sort of caging the Apatite.
Slightly modern sort of twist on it. That's part of a clasp.
Well, that's the kind of designs I've seen with Apatite recently.
Ah,
so there you go. Oh, that's good. That's more traditional sort of charm bracelet style.
Yeah, charm bracelets. I've used the thin headpins just to wrap round and then use jump rings to attach them to the chains.
Absolutely fantastic. So they are lending themselves to quite contemporary looks, but of course you could create a more traditional feel.
You could do anything you wanted.
I'm so sorry we had to cut it short. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Very inspirational designs. Thanks to all the guys for putting together the show. Thank you and good night.
JewelleryMaker are having a web exclusive sale on 925 sterling silver. Head over to our website now and take advantage of up to 75% off. All stock must go, but be quick because if you miss it, you'll miss out.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Designer Inspiration. Thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. My name is Rebecca Redican, and boy oh boy have I got a few treats in line for you. Oh yes, I have got, to me, one of the most idyllic, brand spanking new strands. Pearls. Oof, that's good, isn't it? That is good. That's like getting into a hot bath on a cold day, isn't it? That's how good it is. That is how good it is. Oh, Ben doesn't have a bath anymore, bless him. That's why he smells so much. Oh, he does wash, good. I have got for you today, as well as that, an absolutely epic, gonna sell out within moments, quick as a flash, a dealio for you on one of the Designer Inspirations. I can honestly say, I don't think I've ever seen a kit that I know is gonna be so popular. Pearls and Labradorite cabs. Plenty of them. This is coming up to you as part of one kit for our wonderful designer. I am joined today by a wire bending wizard, Sammy.
Hey.
How are you, lovely lady?
Oh, I'm great, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not bad. You feeling a little bit better? Because last time you were a bit snivelly.
I was. I was pretty poorly this week, but yeah, I'm a lot better today than I have been, so it's really, really good.
Good,
really
I'm
good.
glad. What have you got for us today? Because we've got a bit of a bridal twist, haven't we?
We have. We've got a winter weddings theme today, which is going to be brilliant. So rather than focusing on the bride, I've got mother of the bride and flower girls, that kind of thing. So
Because, of course, you, as we know, you sell a lot of your pieces, you do a lot of commissions.
Yeah.
When it comes to bridal jewellery, is that a direction that can have quite a bit of profit involved?
It can do, yeah. It's certainly got an awful lot of satisfaction that somebody has chosen you to do their jewellery for the big day. So yeah, there can be an awful lot of profit, but you do work hard for it, I have to say.
I can imagine.
It's lovely.
Oh,
Just,
good.
it's a proper forever piece, isn't it, to be in someone's wedding photos.
And it's to be kept forever as well, isn't it? Really important pieces of jewellery. So I have got all of that coming up for you. I'm going to give you a little bit of a warning. My brother Pete came